howdy, everybody. Yep, can't get rid of me. Back here again. I did come up with a pretty nasty plot this time. I was checking out our channel and I realized we have not seen Breath of Fire in a good 7 years, if you're counting the SNES version. 5, if we're counting the GBA run a few years ago. And I just had to fix that. Absolutely had to fix it. So, we'll make this quick since we're a little bit late. You know, tech issues are what they are. Streaming over the internet is not as easy as people would have you think. So I will go straight to our runner, iblink, and let him introduce himself. And we will get on whenever everybody's done doing introductions.
That's my cue?
Yup, that's you. It's your show now.
Hello, everybody. My name is iblink22. I am the current world record holder for this game on the Super Nintendo and the Japanese Super Famicom version. The Sid reached out to me, and I really wanted to get exposure to the game because this is one of my favorite series, and here we are. I hope to have a good show, and I will likely be muted to just try and focus on the game as much as I can, and so speaking for me for the most part will be my partner in crime, Jean, who is here to introduce himself.
Hello, I'm the Kajan, or more commonly the Charles. I'm actually a world record holder for Breath of Fire 2, but I moonlight as someone who pretends to know things about this game. So, Blink made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm here to keep you entertained for the next approximately 5 hours.
Quite literally, I'm at gunpoint. Please help. Anyway. So, you guys ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. I guess I will count you in then. Sounds good? And we will start our countdown. 5, 4, 3. What's up?
Oh, hang on. I think Blink might need time to get a file set up.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting the way that some of these games are. Some of them you can just start whenever you feel like it, and then other ones you actually have to wait. You good to go?
Sure. I mean, if we want, we can take this moment to see if chat wants to provide a name, or if one of you two want to provide a name.
Oh, yes. Why don't we just...
RPGL, 4 characters.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go with RPGL, because that's what you get for playing... TJ. Chat trolling hard already. The common RPGL. Wait, what?
Nice, right? Okay.
So the run hasn't even started yet. Oh, I'll save that thought.
Yeah, hopefully that manipulates the good RNG, because if we put RNG W, we would have definitely got the worst RNG possible.
Nice.
All right, so I'll count us in now. Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Excellent. I'm very excited. I was just going to comment on the fact that Breath of Fire 1 is one of the only games that I know of that offers you, like, what menu button do you want to open what bit of the menu in the pre-game menu settings. And I am very sad that I do not have that option in other games I play.
Yeah, that would be very nice. When I saw him doing the menu, I was like, what is... Huh? Control?
You have so much power.
Yeah, unlimited power.
Yeah, having the customization's a really nice feature of the game.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's very underrated. You don't realize what you're missing until you have it and it's been taken away from you.
Okay, so
Breath
now
of
we're in
Fire
an
isn't...
section. Oh, sorry.
We're gonna have one
It's
of those
okay.
days.
We'll find a groove eventually.
Yeah.
We got 5.5 hours. We'll figure it out.
Breath of Fire is odd in many things, being like extremely convenient and even ahead of its time in terms of RPG design, like the aforementioned like menu customizability, the cheap mass purchasable item that just turns off random encounters for you. That's really handy. And then there are times when the developers just hate you and everything you stand for, and a boss just takes 5 minutes of smacking him to death with your sword for 10 damage at a time out of his hundreds of health. It's a real experience.
Okay, so the chat is saying that the audio is very quiet from the stream.
Yeah. I let Ashen know to fix it.
Yeah, we got.
It is one of those. Yep.
got audio
It's
coming
one of
up.
those weird things where, like, sometimes what the restreamer hears and what the stream hears are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It doesn't help
I'll
that
be
I
on
got
top of
like
it. Don't.
super
Go
really
ahead, Ashley.
nice headphones that I'm wearing, so I have it like right in my ears, and other people are listening on who knows what. So I try
I'm
and
in the
balance
same
it the
boat.
best I can.
I literally have tin cans plugged into my computer, dude. Don't call me out. It's very, very messed up of you.
So, just talking about the game a little bit, because I have the auto-scroller section. The game starts you off in a burning building, and as usual, like, the world's coming to the hero's end, and you have to kind of try and figure out what's going on, and the game then sets you on your journey. So we get a little opening section of game exposition where you have the ability to move around until you go downstairs and talk to the two NPCs near the door, and then you're pretty much in a text auto scroll section for the next few minutes. So much, it's like such a long enough time that there has been some talks about from the community about like trying to omit this from the run, but I think that it's kind of mixed reactions from people about whether or not to do something like that, because it kind of takes away from the RPG element. And then also recently, this is a very nice little relaxing section to talk with chat at the beginning of the run, because now we've enabled turbo rules for our runs.
Oh man, Turbo, my favorite wrist protecting device.
Yeah. I actually don't remember if Turbo got allowed all the way through the Breath of Fire series. I know definitely 1, 2, 3, which are the ones I've paid attention to.
I saw Countdown was mentioning that 4 is also incorporating it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 4
Yeah.
has a PC port too, so that's not even like a hard to set up thing. By the way, completely unrelated, but 4 actually is available on GOG, so if any of you are interested in actually owning a copy of one of the Breath of Fire games, that one's easy to get.
Just that one, though.
Just that one. The rest of them, you're going to have to get some plasma transfusions going. Maybe in a couple months, you can afford a copy of one of them.
This one's not that bad. The one that we're playing right now is it's still like pretty expensive if you're considering that it's an old game, but I think it's commonly at a $30 price point on like eBay and stuff.
Yeah,
you still would need a Super Nintendo.
This is one of those games that's on the like hidden gems
Nintendo
list.
Switch Store, dude.
Oh yeah, that's another way too. I keep forgetting that the NSO, and then you can also, I'm sure, if it isn't already, it's on the premium pay Nintendo every month to play our games plan.
Exactly.
Don't take
Okay,
that the
we're
wrong way,
in game.
Nintendo. I love you. Please don't hurt me. Go ahead. I'll just shut up.
Oh, no worries. Dialogue's cool.
So I'm just going to give as a disclaimer now, because I speedrun Breath of Fire 2, all of my thoughts about Breath of Fire are in relation to Breath of Fire 2. So we're going to have a hypothetical nerd jar, and I'll just put a quarter in every time I reference Breath of Fire 2. But the first thing is that the game generously just gives you $300 right off the bat, and man, I wish my game did that.
I love that I remembered that
Skill
it's
issue.
300. Yeah, it's a pure skill issue. You picked the wrong game. Skill issue.
Yep.
Put in a dragon quarter. Oh, chat, please. I'm gonna have to put you on a leash.
So, for those who aren't familiar, a large amount of that $300 went toward buying marbles, specifically the third marble, Marble 3, which just turns off random encounters for, is it 128 tiles, I think?
Correct.
That's what the game would have you believe.
On the 128th tile, you'll get a message that says it's now ineffective.
It's good that it gives you the repel pop-up, because otherwise you wouldn't know that it's actually working or not. I know it's proven that they're... Yeah.
Oh,
you're considered a time loss.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have to pick up the... you have to place another repel before it, so you don't have to see the pop-up.
Yeah.
True. Imagine.
Sid, I think you're confusing the Marble 3 with Breath of Fire 2's Smoke. Marble 3 actually turns off random encounters completely. It's the smoke that has only a statistically observable effect.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was one of these two games where it's like, it's just a hard meme where like the encounter reducer is like, yeah, it's effective with air quotes. This game, I guess it does actually function right. It's my fault for not having a boss one card. I haven't played it in years. 5 years without being able to see it on the channel. I forgot how the game actually functions. My bad.
Accidentally double tapped gear there.
So
definitely want to go in with the best gear.
Yeah, coming up on our first bit of RNG here. Because we've turned off random encounters entirely, we're still level 1. We don't want to fight this boss at level 1, so we are taking our first and nice, hopefully only random encounter to get level 2.
We got the good fight.
And Blink found one of the best ones.
I would assume like a safety strat for newbies is to do the encounter near the recovery spring and then pop the marble. Or is it just never work out that way because of the steps?
No, it wouldn't work out. I mean, you could try and make something work there, but ultimately, sorry, now it's like a focus time.
Don't worry.
I'll talk. Yeah.
My questions are pointless.
The treasure chest right beside the stairs that we walk past is trapped with a full heal anyway. So you can use that as a save.
Yeah, I forgot treasure chests actually having nice items. It's like, does it have an elixir? Then I don't want it.
It's not actually the item. The item is just a regular antidote, but there are trapped chests in this game that do things when you open them, like explode. But this one, the trap is that it heals you, which is extremely funny.
That's the most diabolical trap ever.
I know.
I know. They'll never see it coming.
How dare.
By the way, the box right next to this one explodes you, so I decided to put a healing mist in this one. Hope you picked the right order.
So another thing which we didn't mention at the time a minute and a half ago, but that makes Blink's job really interesting for the first couple boss fights, is that Breath of Fire 1 has my favorite RPG mechanic, random stat gains on level up. So there isn't a consistent damage range that you do to the boss or that the boss does to you. And, in fact, there isn't even a consistent turn order on the next fight, depending on what your agility gains are. And that's
Nothing
real fun.
like having to memorize every stat up you hit throughout the run. That is diabolical. Now I know when the chests heal you.
After the second boss, it becomes less important. But for the second boss, it's real important.
Now we're getting to like the really weird part of this game that literally only exists in this game. Ooh! 1 HP in a dream, I see.
Yeah, that was actually really scary.
HP is all you need.
I'm not even running, and I'm feeling the pinch. Woo!
Oh, these are good levels, though.
Yeah, these are really good levels. So we can consistently outspeed the first boss.
Also, I liked that high-value slam that was definitely necessary.
Yeah.
I love the 1 HP into a slam. The game's like, here, have a heart attack, and also murder the frog.
Yep.
Oddly enough, that is part of the programming, and Charles can explain it later, but just to kind of give a rundown of what I was doing there. For this game, we want to take a fight before the frog because it's more consistent to fight him at level 2 and get a safer fight than it is to try and fight him at level 1. which there are strats for doing that. It's just much more unreliable. And we happen to actually get a good fight for that because there are 6 possible encounter formations you can get in this dungeon. And 3 of the 4, or I should say 4 of the 6, are able to get you to level 2 on one fight. And that was one of them. And then like Frog is just going to be an auto battle encounter and like heal when needed. So I played it really safe, and it was kind of scary at the end because he did a high roll attack.
Yeah, that's definitely the RPG experience where it's like, well, all I need is 1 HP, but also I shaved a year off my life. Thanks.
Yep. We've got a long chunk of walking coming up, so this isn't probably a good time as any to explain the red bar thing.
Yep.
RPG aficionados will of course know about red bar strats in Pokemon Gen 1 speedrunning, where being in red bar saves you time because you don't have to listen to Pokemon cries. Breath of Fire 1 has an even more straightforward red bar mechanic. Just when you're at low health, you do about 30% more damage and have a 30% bonus to your crit rate. What's interesting is that it does you enter the low health state at 1/4 health. You don't actually get the bonus until 1/8, which means that just hanging out at that 1/8 or below threshold to get the bonus is super risky. Tends not to come up very much. What's even cooler is that enemies also benefit from it. So bosses, when they get low on health, will kill you.
Well, that explains the wipes I took in this game so many years ago.
Yep.
That's just rude. It's like the bosses have so much more HP, so that 8th is a lot larger.
Yep.
I would assume there's like I'd assume there's some like routing around that to make sure that you wipe the boss out in one turn to avoid that, or do you just YOLO into it?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
We're kind of risky here, so we just YOLO it a lot.
Hey man, we got all day. I've planned to be here till we are done.
I took a safety save because this is the hardest boss in the entire run.
It's almost like that a lot, yeah. It's either like one really obnoxiously designed boss in the minigame, it's like one of the first 3 bosses, or the final boss is the worst boss ever, and you're like, why am I even here?
Yeah, in this case, for the Breath of Fire series, the early game tends to be a lot more unforgiving than the rest of the game. And it just tends to be because the game starts you off very weak.
Yeah.
And you have to work your way towards getting a lot of the power-ups that you get through the games themselves. And Breath of Fire 1 is very relentless here. Like, this boss is, without grinding, is very hard.
Yeah, a lot of these like early games were definitely designed with the idea that you walk around outside town and curb stomp some random nothing enemies for like 25 minutes minimum. Rather than
or even just
like,
taking fights along the way.
Yeah.
Like even in the dungeons like this.
Yeah, in both Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2, the speedrun strats end up with you fighting bosses at a significantly lower level than the developers clearly intended, based on like sensible damage ranges.
Yeah, because like in a casual run, I remember getting to the frog around like 4 or 5 or 6, which we're currently at, and we're on the next boss already.
Yep. So
we're just
we
chipping
had
away,
some
man. Oh man,
pretty good level up gains with our stats. We have not quite 50 health. He smacks us for 10, and he lightning bolts us for 20. Meanwhile, we are chipping his health bar away like 2 pixels at a time. This is the real cool fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you remember to equip whatever weapon you picked up? Because I think you might have a toothpick equipped. Oy, oy.
So, because Blink's stat gains were pretty solid, this is actually better than it could be. if you roll low speed on your level up stat gains, you have to like unequip your good equipment and put on lighter, weaker equipment to outspeed the boss. Because if you underspeed him, then you risk getting back-to-back T-bolts for 40 damage and you just die.
I do appreciate that we bought like 3 stacks of herbs just so that we could like just face tank our way through these fights.
Yeah, that's the only remotely viable strat. Anything that isn't this involves like 10 minutes plus of grinding. So we just do this and suffer.
We really don't. There's not like any reasonable equipment pickups that are a game changer. I think we picked up like 1 defensive item and that was it.
Yep. No, mostly you just need the raw stats from leveling.
Oh.
So I have not been counting, but Blink has. This boss has a mana bar. He will eventually run out of mana to cast these T-bolts. We actually don't mind that because he can also use his mana to heal. And he heals significantly more than the 2 pixels that we're plinking away every turn. So
Yeah,
we
we're like-
really don't want to see him heal.
We're like barely skirting double digits here.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I could definitely. It's weird because like you would be like, oh, 20 damage on a T-bolt, that's half our health. We really don't want to see that. And it's like, well, he
No,
has a
we
mana
actually
pool.
do.
What?
Whoa! Yeah, that was just.
I don't think he's happy.
No. Like, enemies do get the bonus crit chance at low health, but this wasn't that. That was just a genuine high roll.
We've gotten some
Yep, there's
decent
another
amount. We
T-bolt.
got like 3-ish counters, I think, which is nice damage boost. I'd rather see it like here, right? So we can get him out of that. No!
Oh, there's the heal. Yeah.
It's a
If I was
little
counting
fight.
correctly, I think he's out of healing mana now. I am not an expert. Anything that I say about speedrunning strats should be viewed with distrust because I only task this game. My solution
you
to
were the-
any bad thing a boss can do is to just convince them to not do it.
I just
ask
press
real
up
nicely
and
that
down.
maybe you don't heal. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Using the stones to
Yep.
clear through that last bit as quickly as possible. So when they're in this secondary phase, when they get like their HP back, do they always have that buff? Or is that also got like a hidden HP bar?
They have a
It
hidden HP
Depends
bar.
on the number. Yeah.
Okay.
They always have a consistent HP bar, and they won't always have the buff when they're in there. But sorry, I had to mute through that. And yeah, Charles was
Oh,
right.
that's
That
fair.
heal was the last one. I think he could still have T-bolted there, but we were pretty safe.
I mean,
That was
I'm
actually
over
a
here
decent fight.
squawking and I'm not even running, so I can understand needing to mute.
That slam was scary. You guys all reacted the same way to me as I saw that slam happen. So a couple of things I want to bring up about that section. We had to wait outside of town before we could even enter that dungeon because the game relies on a day-night cycle for certain events in the story. And in particular with that town is guarded, and the story requires us to enter at nighttime when the guards are asleep.
Because
Yeah,
notoriously,
this-
guards are very good at falling asleep and not guarding the thing at nighttime.
Yeah, that is.
Except in Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
They just get blind at night. That's the only difference. Suffer from night blindness.
That fight actually went really well. I have a live split right now that's helping me track stuff, and that was an above average fight. Kind of close to what I would take for a PB.
Yeah,
It was just about 10 seconds slower.
some of these fights
I've been
have
trying not to
pretty
jinx
good.
it,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is actually solid.
That the commentator curse is always something that commentators are weary of. They're like,
Absolutely.
look, I am not being blamed for this. It's the game's fault. Get it straight.
I mean,
So here's
I'll
a
be
fun
clear
little
so
detail.
that the game. I'll be clear so the game doesn't jinx us. This is definitely not a PB worthy run, but I'm just saying it's close for an event, especially with.
I
the save.
mean, it is always very hard to PB when you hold world record. To be fair,
You're not wrong. Oh, hold on, I'm too short. Okay. I got stuck.
Doing these item shops, having to buy the items one at a time is always super fun.
For me, when I have to do that for like shops like this, I just in my mind do the double-digit math on the higher significant digits. And I know what I'm aiming for, but I've done so many of these runs for practice over the last few weeks that also, as Charles was saying with stats, money's not consistent through the run depending on what I got for my level 1 fight. And I've had to have different ending solutions for my money to know how many marbles I needed to buy there. So I had to like go back to the shop to get 2 more because I underbought.
That's the other thing. It's like a lot of older RPGs are not very free with the money. A lot of them you have to be very tight with everything. Modern RPGs just like, oh, you killed a slime. Here's $300. Oh, cool. These games,
So
you're lucky if you get 3 gold.
Another confounding factor that makes Blink's job more difficult is that even a particular enemy isn't consistent with the amount of experience and gold it drops. Breath of Fire 1 has a mechanic where if you win a fight quickly, you get a bonus to the experience and money that drops. I think it's like if you win in the first 2 turns, you get a 30% boost, and then it trails down to at 7 turns you get no boost. I might be off by 1 on one of those numbers. But it means that a given boss, if you kill him faster or slower, you'll get more or less money, more or less experience. So the numbers really are not consistent from run to run.
Interesting. There's a lot of like, just does the game even tell you about these mechanics, or is this just one of those things you have to know?
Absolutely not.
There's so many cryptic mechanics that's like, all right, does it like a villager tell you, wow, I heard if you murder this guy extra fast, you get free money.
Story-wise, like, they are good, but it's only, like, typically, like, one person in one town. So, this game really banks on you, like, having old RPG knowledge. Like, if you played games like the old games like Dungeons and Dragons on some of the older consoles or something like that.
Yeah.
It was almost late on that marble. Okay.
To give you an idea of just how much arcane knowledge there is in Breath of Fire 1, I very recently finished updating the tool-assisted speedrun for this game. The previous run was from 2011, and you know the deal with TASes. Like, if you can save 5 seconds in a TAS, that's pretty good. Now, account for the fact it's a 4.5-hour RPG, fine. If you can save a minute, that's pretty good. I saved 15 minutes over the old TAS, just because there was that much new tech.
Interesting. I guess we'll have plenty of time to discuss those changes.
Yeah. We're stuck in here with you, Blink.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, a lot of the changes were just things that people never really considered, were just explored a little bit. So right now, we picked up an item for Nina. Like, this has always been in the game, but equipping this item on Nina, because her default item is a dress. The dress is actually, doesn't provide much armor, but the actual fun fact about it is it's also slow, because it's heavy. And by equipping this other item that we have on, the suede gown, we now have an item that makes her speed higher, and she will now outspeed these next 2 bosses, which is very good for the run.
You know, sometimes it's as simple as, like, why do we menu here? Because, like, we don't get in a fight. And then every once in a while it's something like that. It's like, wait, I was looking at this and the starting equipment's heavy. Should we look for something else or just take it off? And then it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
the developers.
There's a lot of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of really counterintuitive routing that, like, is actually faster, but you wouldn't think of it until you'd immersed yourself in this game for months on end, like Blink did.
I mean, the other struggle too is, like, with Breath of Fire, with a smaller community like this, there's not as much peer review, so makes it quite a bit harder to get it super optimized.
That is one thing that it's one thing I both love and hate about it, because there are certain things that I would like to see more exploration done on. There is still certain things that would still be out there for people to discover things for to make the run even faster than it is.
Oh no!
But
Blink, do not speak the forbidden words.
But I'm not gonna say what it is right now. We'll talk about it when we get there. But the fear that I have is that then the game will be in a state where then it becomes unenjoyable, and so it's kind of like it's picking my own poison. Like, do I want to have the game super optimized where then it's sweaty, or do I want to have a game where I'm enjoying it and like we're still exploring like little nuances to try and save minutes?
Consider this a teaser to try and convince chat to hang around for 2 hours until we get to the point of the game where it comes up. But yeah, there is some absolutely cursed tech that in theory could be routed in, and oh god, it would be awful. Their way to know who is talking. If they're saying wise, knowledgeable things about the game, that's Blink. If they're just yapping, that's me.
Yeah, I'm the Sid. Ideally, we do have a plugin that does that. That's the easiest way of putting it to chat, but because of the way that things are programmed right now, it doesn't work fully. Ideally, we will get that fixed at some point in the near future, and I apologize for it not being like that. It has worked in the past, but because of the way that we've changed things, we don't have an easy way to make it function. Actually, let me go cry at that person right now and see if I can get them to help us and fix that for later shows.
I heard the louder you are, the more likely. Like what is it? The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah, but I also found out if you're too loud on stream, people just leave, so you got to be careful and kind of balance that out.
You gotta balance your squeakiness.
Yeah, you got to save it for the right people.
There you go.
So, we haven't really been discussing what Blink is actually doing with his hands right this moment. You may have noticed that we have abandoned our main character, and instead we have the backup squad, who are birds, because it's that kind of game. But one thing that is going to be very relevant now that we have multiple party members, especially some extremely expendable ones, is alive party members are actually like the biggest time loss in the game. The characters in Breath of Fire are not well balanced. Some contribute a lot more than others, and Breath of Fire 1's menus are horrendously slow. So any dead character is one more menu you don't have to sit through. On top of that, there's also several places in the run where you just straight up death warp. It's by far the most convenient way to get around in the first half of the game.
I was really about to say that when we left the first dungeon on 1 HP. I'm like, man, there's a shame there's no enemies in here, because the death warp would be super free right now.
Oh, absolutely, yep. So Blink is really hoping that he can line up at least...
It didn't work out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The Soldier 1 being dead would have been a nice time save.
Mm-hmm. That would have also been a nice experience for Nina.
Yeah,
that's another factor.
Go ahead.
Experience gets split between only alive party members at the end of a fight. And we do need experience on Nina. For all that she is incompetent in combat, she has our warp spell at level 13. Nina is the getaway car, so we need her to survive enough boss fights to make it to level 13 by like the 30 to 40% mark of the game.
Is there an item that does that, or is it just like there's just not enough money to grab those?
It's just a spell, and it's the only way it works in the game.
Okay. Some games they have like exit items, exit rope, but not every game has it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm about to
boy.
get some auto scroll again in just a moment.
Such is
Oh,
the pacing
Birdman.
of- Burb, no!
Birdman saying he felt betrayed finding out that magic had fixed damage in this game.
Yeah. There's a lot of things like you don't realize and you go back. Like the secret boss for Chapter 4 in Deltarune, I was getting rolled by, and then I realized after looking at the damage numbers that the damage is flexible based on how much current HP you have. So the lower your HP is, the less damage you take. And I was like, wait a minute. I've been wasting my time healing. It's making things worse instead of better. Oh, and the downside is, like a lot of older games like this, it's nothing but these cryptic things that you have to figure out yourself or suffer.
Yep. So, in the first of those back-to-back fights, you just run to instantly end the combat, but the second one, your party has to get wiped out. So having the soldier die in the previous boss saves you a turn, waiting for the wizard to come off.
Yeah, so it's a double dip, EXP, and a turn save on the fight. Makes sense.
Yep. The TAS is not worried about getting experience on Nina, so it goes even harder and kills her off too, so you load into the second fight with your team already dead, which is extremely satisfying.
Yeah, this is the first instance of death abuse in the run. Essentially, those are two scripted fights that you can't win, and they end either under a couple of conditions. With the first one, it's either you attempt to run away from the fight, or you waste 3 turns, or something of that nature. The second fight is you either have your party members die, or you survive for like X number of turns as well. And in both conditions, surviving the turns is slow. So if you enter the second fight with the correct dead people, then the fight can auto-end. But typically, because in an RTA you want Nina to have more experience and survive, she, being the solo alive person, is ideal. And you hope and pray that he does his damage ability, which is like a 2 in 3 chance of getting. However, I mean, typically in runs, it ends up being that 100% of the time he does the non-damaging move. But most of the fights here... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, it is not clear at the moment, but also something that we are paying attention to with our routing is that coming up in a little while, like half an hour maybe, there's a plot gate where you just have to show up with a lot of money. Like, a lot of money. Like, $65,000 of money.
You mean like a house
buy.
payment?
Yeah, you have to take out a mortgage to buy a plot necessary item. And while there are
rude.
side quests in the area to help you with that, 1, they're not sufficient, 2, they're slow anyway. So Blink is strategically picking up stuff to sell later.
Slowly but surely. Oh, the Rang! Oh, yeah. Baby,
We
the
love
Rang!
Put a ring on it.
If you've only ever played Earthbound and you haven't played this, the Rang is great. Slingshots and the like are bad. Rang, good.
The yo-yo.
Yep. I've been playing the Earthbound randomizer, and they usually start you with a yo-yo, and I hate it. Why would you do this? This is evil.
Okay, really good boss.
Nice! Oh yeah, this is good. It's funny watching this. I'm seeing it just use combat items and the E key, and I'm thinking, why are you doing this? It's so slow. The Rang does more damage. And then I remember, oh no, the Rang does more damage as a task because I crit every attack and I'm constantly in red bar.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Dude, the E key is one of those items too that as a casual you don't really realize that you can use it for a static 40 damage or whatever. It's such a good crutch, especially since your like stats are random and you get consistent damage.
I don't even want to think what the speedrun would look like if the E key didn't exist. The early game would be so painful.
It would be.
Yeah.
This might be the hardest dungeon in the early game then.
Yep. Because Nina and the two soldiers have to like hack those two bosses to death with single damage attacks.
Yeah.
It would be horrific.
I mean, the cool part is now we have access to the ring and an E key spammer, so we can double dip.
MD is right. Praise the E key.
So there's times where like an RPG gets an item right, and the E key is that item.
The weird thing about it is it's a story item, so you wouldn't think it would be usable, but that's like a hidden evil in this game.
Yeah.
The E stands for extremely useful.
But as I was gonna say, that dungeon is kind of like one of the easier parts of the early game. Mostly from the sake of like you having the E key doing consistent damage and those bosses not having a whole lot of health. It goes pretty quickly, and you don't have to rely very much on random damage, so it's actually very consistent from a speedrun point of view. The only times where I'm losing time in that section is mostly if Nina gets hit, so I have to heal her. But because she's outspeeding the bosses, if it's like the final turn, I don't care. And now we have Nina as a permanent party member.
Another useful thing about this game that you probably will pick up on eventually if you play casually is that there's a rudimentary priority system. Healing moves go before other stuff, which is super useful when you're trying to speedrun and shave it real close and only heal when absolutely necessary.
Yeah, you will not run into very many situations where the run becomes extremely dangerous just because the healing gets to the top priority of all things you can do in the game.
Link, you didn't use my tech. Minus 14 frames.
I don't know. Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's not muscle memory yet.
That's one of the only actual contributions I was able to make from doing the task or Link's RTA route. If you talk to the guard on the left, then as the two guards walk up, you can also scooch over to the right, and it saves a total of 14 frames.
Yeah, I've been doing that for sliding doors that can open. We've called the tech now door sliding. Someone discovered it last year, and we found that you get a benefit out of it where in the animation of the door opening, you can move a tile. So you're saving yourself 15 frames of movement in time save just by opening something on the off tile and then moving yourself into the correct tile that you need to in order to get whatever's behind the door. And so yeah, Charles, when he was doing the task, found out, oh shoot, I went the wrong way. So there's the marble message.
RNG manip. It's fine.
Yep. RTA, RNG manip. I can see the code.
I have the Matrix vision.
Yeah, that's why we have the 5.5 hour estimate, because there's definitely no... You know, the crits were all planned. We knew the enemy was going to knock us to 1 HP. We guarantee both the 5.5... I can't keep the joke up.
We won't talk about Frog. That was really scary. I'm still having PTSD from that.
I know these... Sometimes when you're running an RPG, like, especially when it's 2 fights in a row like that, you get spooked and you're like, please don't let this be the whole run. My heart can't take it.
Charles, I just want to confirm, did I save there? Because I kind of blanked.
Yeah.
I did?
Yep.
Okay. I know I went into the hut, but I I went into the
Go ahead.
hut, but I have no recollection of actually talking to the dragon statue. And that just happened like 2 minutes ago.
That bodes well.
I mean, when you get so used to doing runs, you kind of like do that stuff and you're just like, it happened. There's been plenty of times where I've like done a menu and I'm like, did I do the menu? Wait, what's the best way to check?
Right?
And this is why E key plus Rang is the overlord. Not only you get higher power, but the Rang hits everything. It
Nice.
doesn't really have a nasty miss rate like other
Useless
thrown
slam.
objects do in some runs. And that plus
Juicy
E key
crit.
hits everything, which is super nice.
Well, it saved the E-key animation. I guess it wasn't totally useless.
Long sword.
So you might have
So-
noticed in
Go
that
ahead.
fight, Blink moved Ryu forward, just visibly on the screen. Ryu stepped forward, and naively you might think that it's got a sort of Final Fantasy style, like dudes in the front take more damage but deal more damage, and dudes in the back deal less, take less. And actually, no, dudes in the front take more. Dudes in the back take less, but there's no damage adjustment. You just take less damage if you're in the back. The only real benefit to being in the front is that characters in the front are more likely to be targeted. So, because Nina is squishy, we put Ryu up front to draw some of the attacks, but it doesn't actually give him a damage bonus of any kind.
I see. So it's a little bit more like the formations in like Breath of Fire 3 or the party formation in like Final Fantasy 1, which is a really like notorious one where the front slots get attacked more commonly than the back slots.
But if you're not worried about diverting attacks toward or away from a particular party member, otherwise you just hang out everybody in the back row at all times, take less damage.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because the back row, normally you can have like back row safe weapons, like the boomerang would be one because it's ranged.
You'd think.
But-
Yeah. It's unintuitive.
Yeah, I would say that's weird, but honestly, being like one of the first modern RPGs, like on the SNES,
Yeah,
it's not a surprise.
that's
that there's
exactly it.
Yeah,
All of these conventions weren't codified yet when this game was made.
it always makes it more interesting to go back, especially and get a chance to watch like a speed run of these games and find out these fun or I guess not so fun facts that you were scammed the entire run into taking extra damage for no particular reason.
Yep.
I mean, here
There's
you
another
got
fun
scammed
fact.
because you got scammed by having to do an extra boss here.
Yep. If you talk to this guy and say no 3 times, you just get to skip a whole boss fight. That's pretty cool.
Damn.
Whoa! Okay, buddy. I'm gonna have to ask
Yep.
you to calm down.
Nina squishy.
That's even after picking up the new armor. Silly.
So Blink is trying to set up a death warp here. Reasonably successfully. Bo is an interesting character in this game. When you first pick him up, he is awesome. He rapidly becomes less awesome. Because he never improves. Like, he already has his entire spell list, and all of these spells are fixed damage. He will never do more than 80 damage.
Huh. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
It is.
he's really good early on because of the scaling from his fry ability.
At this point in the game, 80 damage is really good. In half an hour, it will not be that good.
Exactly. So now we're gonna death warp. And I'm hoping I saved.
Even chat was saying you saved, so hopefully our chat's usually pretty good about that stuff. So This isn't like GDQ chat where you're going to get troll. You're going to get straight answers.
Oh,
from
thank
our
goodness.
chat.
Good death orb.
Yeah, that was solid.
Pew, pew. So, I guess our party now is a dragonkin that can't turn into a dragon, a birdkin that can't turn into a bird, and a wolf that can cast lightning bolt that does static damage and will be useless in about 30 minutes. Neat.
Exactly.
The lightning bolt does static damage. I just got it.
It was not I'm punishing myself.
I can already picture his meme picture of like slamming the table in laughter.
Oh, no.
Okay, look, I've been awake for 22 hours.
It's not great.
If I had known you would be awake since the phone call, I wouldn't have called you last night. Y'all are wild.
No. Dude,
Oh,
no.
I'm not.
I do my best commentary when I'm sleep deprived. It's fine.
You basically got a drunk
Sometimes-
Charles on stream.
Yeah, I guess sometimes
You're
the
getting
filters
the
being
full
off
Charles
is good.
experience.
Question mark?
I lost.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
step
after
there.
this, we're gonna get. I would hope Charles is gonna get that 8 to 9. They're
Oh, yeah,
5 and a
no.
half hour
I'm
run.
going to bed as soon as we're done here. Don't worry about it. I needed to fix my sleep cycle anyway.
No! Oh my god!
I don't
my
know.
controller.
Oh no.
One.
You good?
Are we on a tight step route? Uh-oh.
No, but I mean, yes, but I can accommodate it.
Yeah, I guess that is one of the things that like a lot of the classic RPGs have is step routes to manage encounters, but I guess yours is to manage repels.
Exactly.
Yep.
I bought the. My route is I buy the perfect amount. So
I guess
don't
you have
a
to
lot of
cut
room
as
for
many
error.
corners. You got to cut as many corners as possible so you have the money for the gold bar, I think. Is that what it is?
It's for
Partly
other
that.
things.
Oh,
But
other stuff too. Okay.
also, just the fact that the menu in this game is so slow and scrolling the menu can take a lot of time, and you are in the menu using items so often, Blink has really optimized his item situation so that as often as possible the items he wants to use are at the top of his inventory. So if he ends up like a marble ahead or behind of where he expects to be, it throws off the plan. There are schematics.
So, if the menu is slow, is it a struggle to operate it consistently? Like, do you end up moving too fast and have to like slow yourself down?
Yeah, but for the most part, my menus are very consistent. The only things that end up really throwing a wrench in the system is when I get a boss drop.
So it's basically the, I guess, item menu itself and like where things are. I guess if you memorize like just doing like a single down input or something, you would get thrown off if you like, oh cool, I got an antidote, and that screwed everything up. Neat.
Exactly. That never ends up in my inventory ever.
Can you throw away items?
Yes. But then that also loses you time, so it's just an annoyance. Because when you throw away an item, you get a text box that's like, are you sure you want to do that?
Or you get the double check.
In a John Cena voice. And,
yeah. Meanwhile, Earthbound's like, all right, sure, I'll get rid of it right now. Like,
Yes,
no, I wanted
Is it
that
actually
awesome
just-
piece of armor.
Is it just faster to move it down in your inventory so it's out of the way compared to throwing it out?
Nope.
Okay.
They're about the same time, but I'd rather get rid of it completely.
Yeah, it makes sense. Blink will periodically take time to shuffle stuff down in his inventory. Those are all the plot items that he can't get rid of.
That you still do
This
need.
game has a lot of plot items that clutter up your inventory quite a bit.
Again, it's like Pokemon. Red and blue, specifically.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, I'm
fun
gonna do a
fact.
safety
So
save here.
there's a treasure chest in that room there that has $100 in it, or rather, it says it has $100 in it, and the dialogue that pops up says that you received $100, and your money doesn't actually change. And because of that, I lost a week of my life redoing the tasks because that 1 second dialogue didn't actually give me the $100 I wanted.
Fun fact,
yeah,
a lot of
it's-
people
Awesome.
routed world records around that chest, not knowing that it didn't give you money.
Ugh.
I love fake chests like that, but that just sounds like a developer messed up a
Absolutely,
bit
yep.
change or something. It's like it's just missing a line of code or a true to false or some such nonsense.
I'm taking time loss here to get that save because this boss has given me a lot of problems lately.
Yeah, I mean, you did mention that you spent quite a bit of time doing some practice, which is not something especially with like a 5.5 hour run, I do not expect everybody to do, but I definitely appreciate, especially with a run like this.
I somehow golded my last split. That's actually really funny.
That's just going to be a casual world record, despite your earlier statement. Somehow.
It's definitely not. We're like, if I compare to my EB, I think I'm like 2 minutes behind.
Oof. Dang, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow. This is a brutal run for, like, really world record attempts, then.
Blink's world record is really good.
Yeah, I guess we did do a
Yeah.
couple of extra saves for time, or for safety. Those are one of those things that end up eating up a lot of time, and you don't really realize it.
Yeah. But more so, like, the early game is just that hard on the RNG.
Fair.
So, I'll put this thought to chat. If anyone in chat was thinking that, man, you really want to speedrun some Breath of Fire, but man, it sounds like Blink's world record is super optimized. I don't know if I want to compete with that. Let me tell you, my Breath of Fire 2 world records all suck. They're free. Come get them.
Even this one's free. I have like 3 minutes of time saved through the run.
Gassing up chat. Well, I mean, I was like, when we were planning this, I was talking with Blink, and we just kind of Blink brought up the Final Fantasy, or not the Final Fantasy, but the Breath of Fire relay. Since I've set up some Mega Man X relays in the past and been part of the FF relays, I was like, oh, that's neat. And then I looked and I'm like, wow, it's been like 7 years. Like, sure,
Yeah.
let's see if we can get that set up, and we've been planning it. So hopefully this is a hype stream that gets some people interested. Because right now
yeah,
we're
that'd be
looking for
fantastic.
some. We're looking
We're
for like
looking for
Breath
some
of
people
Fire.
for Dragon Quarter.
Yep, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Right now,
And
I'd love. Go ahead.
sorry, I was just going to say, and Dragon Quarter, nice short run. It's like an hour and change.
Yeah.
Nope.
If anybody's interested in Breath of Fire 4, right now I'm filling a spot and I'm going to be learning it. But I'd love to see some other people join the community too. So don't feel like you can't participate, because we're planning on doing it in like November, so there are several months to learn. And I know you can learn like a 6-hour run in that many months. It's just a little bit of a pain in the butt. But it'll be great to see the community kind of revive, and I'm very interested to see hopefully that return to form at the very least, and maybe we can get one more after this too.
This boss is being very
In chat.
uncooperative.
In chat, the Needle Queen asks, who came up with the idea to hold this today? Sid, put up your hand. That's you.
Yeah, it's I do my best with the random encounters to cross-check against things that haven't showed up on the channel for a while. And I noticed Breath of Fire, this was 5 years removed if you count the GBA run, and 7 years since the relay. So if we don't get the relay, I'll get all of the Breath of Fire games in at some point on random encounters. But I probably would like to do one more to help build an additional bit of hype for the relay when we finally get that inked in on paper and get everybody committed once we build the teams and everything. But we'll probably see a Breath of Fire 2 maybe from Zujin, or a Breath of Fire 3 or 4 from Zeal in the nearish future in a couple months. But if you guys are interested in seeing certain games, we do have a public Discord. My DMs are also open, so feel free to bring it up in the public Discord and at me so I see it, or send me a DM and suggest stuff, and I'll see what I can do looking into it. I do my best to try and make sure that there's plenty of things and a variety of specific games for people to watch. Yeah, it was 7 years ago. I looked it up right before this, and I was like, whoa. It's been a bit. I'm glad that I brought this back. And I'm glad that Blink had the time to showcase it. And Zujin had the time to commentate it, because gosh knows I barely know what I'm yapping about.
So that boss fight was looking a little sketchy, but we were also trying to set up a death warp, so it's not so bad.
Oh, this is bad.
Okay, maybe not this death warp though. Oh no. Oh yeah. That's not what you're looking for.
That ain't it, Chief. This guy's good.
No, any enemy that has a 6-hit kill on Nina is not what you're about.
Like, we're taking it slow, but that would have been way too slow.
Yep.
I did consider auto-battling on that last hit, just because it does outspeed us. Almost went into the cave. I'm coming from a different angle than I normally do here, because I wanted to be safe for Wisp for the marathon strat. But normally I wouldn't do a save there, and we would come up from the other town because it's faster.
Mm-hmm.
But this should get us to the same result anyway.
Yeah, because those walkbacks would be brutal, especially with you skimping on the marbles as much as possible.
Exactly.
To go buy more. Yeah, we were actually discussing the theme a little bit ahead of time, as this is like the first time I think Ashen's heard it. And I was like, yeah, this entire soundtrack is a banger.
Mm-hmm. This is the most memorable dungeon theme.
I'd like to say in general, like, Off has quite a bit of cool stuff going on with it. And the game is like I said, one of those classics or like underrated gems, and the soundtrack's one of those too, where it's like it gets stuck in your head, but you also forget where it came from. And then once you remember, you're like, oh yeah, that's a Breath of Fire game. Got it.
Nice, we got a counter. Save one turn.
That is awesome.
Dang, we almost sub 1 hour'd that boss.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit spoiled with modern RPGs where they like autosave so often. So,
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's like you sneeze. Here's an 16 is hilarious. You sneeze, it autosaves, and I mean that literally. You finish a fight, it autosaves. Yeah, FF16. I run FF16 Rebirth Remake, and coming back to games turn-based RPGs like this is going to be a bit different. But I
think about every time I think about FF16 now, I think of Sebiwebs, who voice acts a lot of the Final Fantasy games, like whenever he plays them. And every single time, I always think of him just being like, "I'm Clive," and then he drops like the F-bomb.
Funny tangential on that. Actually, one of our staff, Moonblaze Wolf, has been trying to get Ben Starr, who's actually Clive's voice actor, involved at some point. Maybe if we do get... Yeah, hopefully we can get 16 into the main event, or maybe Quest for Glory, and we can get Ben Starr involved for a little bit.
It'd be
He's,
great if he also
parent-
did some verso lines.
Yeah, we were talking about the cool things that we could do with Ben Starr. Honestly, I have a feeling from my understanding that he'd be super down to do these things, which is great to have.
Thank you, Rebel, for the GL. Ben Starr seems like an amazing person. I'd have him sign my chest.
Yeah, from what I go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just laughing at what Blink said. Go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. I'm very cautious about cutting people off, so it's one of those like things. Like Ben Starr, from what I've heard, is a really great guy. And then another big one is John Eric Bentley, Barrett's voice actor, is a really cool guy. I hear nothing but positive stuff about him. So if you ever go to cons and you see either of those two on the schedule, you should pop in their line, have them sign something, and yap with them for a minute. It'll be worth it, I swear. They are fantastic people.
Oh, crap. Okay, luckily that doesn't do anything.
Hook to
Little
left when
movement
we should have hooked
misspaced.
to right.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder, like, I heard they're redoing like Final Fantasy Tactics and they're adding voice acting, and I'm just wondering how that's gonna go. But it definitely falls into that. I wonder how these old games would do with voice acting. I guess we're about to find out.
Yep. I expect probably a lot of them would call for some script revisions. You will.
Yeah,
The brain just tolerates things in text that do not sound right when said aloud.
especially like some of the early translations have some very questionable choices.
Yeah.
That could definitely do with some just a second look.
Our last few fights have been so crazy good in terms of how the fights have played out. I forgot the marble there. That I have more herbs than I'm used to.
Yeah, the fights that you've been getting away with have been fairly good. For an old RPG, I expected you to get rolled on at least one of these fights, and most of them have been very cooperative, if not a bit scary.
Well, Gremlin is coming up. We could still get rolled.
Yeah, we're jinxing
appreciate-
ourselves here.
I appreciate that the next problematic thing is the gremlin. All right, don't worry about it. We still got to fight the Noid. He might mess up our pizza order. Calm down.
To be totally
Yeah.
fair, I find the Wisp to be much harder than the Gremlin, unironically. Mostly because of the Death Warp that follows it. But the Gremlin could be very uncooperative and hurt us. The Wisp was pretty uncooperative this time. I'm used to a Wisp just purely doing multi-hit attacks, and I'm prepared for that. And like 80% of that last fight, he just was single targeting. And I needed to set up for a Death Warp.
The upcoming Gremlin boss is the kind of boss fight where a sufficient amount of runner knowledge sort of defangs him a little bit. But like if you're playing casually or new to the run or like mess something up, he will absolutely destroy you and all your hopes and dreams.
So we were getting this a bit late, but somebody in YouTube chat was asking if there's a BOF 2 run without the money glitch. Would you like to field that?
Oh, well, they
Rather prefer the
have
glitch
aimed
list.
that question directly at me. Yeah, no, I'm the guy to talk to about that. There are, in fact, two. There's the GBA port of Breath of Fire 2, in which that glitch simply does not exist. But there's also a glitchless category for Super Nintendo, which is generally a bit more popular because the GBA port of Breath of Fire 2 is a little unpleasant on the eyes and ears.
Yeah.
The
So,
lower
gee,
aspect
the-
ratio, sound chip.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a category. It exists. I currently have the world record because I ran it once and recorded a time. That tells you what kind of category it is.
Sounds like my
GBA
Japanese version.
Yeah.
I recorded it, therefore it's world record. Yeah. I mean, the GBA stuff is like a lot more tolerable when you're playing it on the handheld. It comes once you like put it on the GBA player and play it on a TV that's like bigger than 15 inches, you start like realizing how rough it is.
Yep.
So, if you haven't really played the
games are like that. Like if you put a Super Nintendo on the kind of CRT that you would have been playing in 1995, the game looks a lot less crunchy than if you're playing on like a maximum size emulator on your giant widescreen monitor in 2025.
Yeah, a lot of people have some kind of a little bit of culture shock where like at our events now we do still have some CRTs, but we mainly set up monitors with retro tanks, which a lot of people get very used to and fast and enjoy. But it definitely is a bit of a culture shock when you hook up to a retro tank and you're like, I can see the pixels.
Yeah.
Actually, I did that the other day. I hooked up a PS2 copy, PS2, and played a little bit of Final Fantasy IX on the living room TV, which is like, 50 inches. And I literally could see the pixels. I'm not even being facetious.
Speaking of that, someone was asking earlier or mentioned it. Does chat have a problem with the fact that I have scan lines on? Because I can turn them off.
Have not seen it, but I leave that usually up to the runner.
Yeah, when it first started, there were some people that obviously noted that the scan lines were there, but I don't think anyone in a negative way. And it is kind of a fun look, so...
Okay.
I like it.
I know in some scenarios, like, for some people... I think there was something I did recently where there was a problem with it and they told me to turn it off. Was it at RRLAT?
I don't recall that, but... I mean, it was your run.
Usually
you'd remember better than I would.
Yeah, with like online runs like that, usually it's the person that's setting it up with this just arbitrarily decides whether they like it or not. Honestly, like our chat is usually pretty tolerable of anything, but if people the loudest, wheel gets the grease type of thing. So
I definitely expected there to be, like, suddenly a Pokemon encounter as you walked through that tall grass, though.
Yep.
Getting trained. Yeah, RLAT, for those that aren't aware, is another marathon that focuses on, like, just doing a critical mass of runs, really, really long-a-thon. They do quite a bit of stuff with the community. So if you're not aware and you always are looking for an event, really, really long-a-thon does fill up. I think they do like a month-long almost event, and then they do a couple of smaller events. But if you're looking for stuff, there's a very good possibility you'll find it there.
It sounds like I'm safe to get away with a teeny tiny little plug. The next really long-a-thon side event starts in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I really, really long-a-thon does a lot of stuff that we unfortunately don't have the time to do in a marathon.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because we only have the week, and it's in person, and then Quest for Glory is like our, online event, and even that is only a week. So I have absolutely no worries about it. Sells good peoples. Yep.
Yeah. Well, and realistically, all the different events that happened, the SGDQ that just happened, or really, really long-a-thon that's about to do some fun events, or whatever it is, we're not in competition with each other. We're all working together for the same ends of just showcasing really cool games and really cool speedruns, so...
Absolutely, yep.
Love that vibe.
It's definitely the end goal, is showcasing stuff. Especially, there's a lot of categories that are just absolutely unrealistically long, and it's great that really, really long-a-thon exists so that those can get a marathon run in. When it's like, oh, this is 36 hours, and it's like, cool, I'll be back in a day and a half then.
I'm always astounded when I'm submitting Breath of Fire 2 runs with an estimate of like 8 to 8.5 hours, and somehow I'm like less than like the median submission time, not more.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
like
just absurd.
Remake and Rebirth, New Game Plus Hard are like 4.5 hours, and then you look at the other submissions and it's like 8+ hours, and you're just like, oh, I'm the one submitting a reasonably lengthed run.
Yeah.
All right, T minus 10 seconds till Gremlin.
Yeah,
boy.
I agree. I agree, Birdman. Like, making sure that the bathroom breaks are built into the run should be a more common thing. Fortunately, some of these games have like actual cutscenes, but it's definitely something that you got to be careful with when you're setting up runs.
Oh, this fight is going bad already.
So this
Neat.
boss can do two things. He can either nuke your whole team, or he can not do that and instead just kick someone. Understandably, we would prefer he not nuke the whole team any more than strictly necessary.
I
Now
have
that
to
said,
reset.
you can hope for that. Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have
actually,
to reset
we're
on
getting
that.
demolished.
Gromlin. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a showcase, not like an RTA attempt. So, if there were other means of saving, you would definitely be more than allowed to do that.
Yeah. Luckily, the safety saves are there.
Yep.
It is, yeah. At the end of the day, it's definitely up to the runner what tools they wish to use. Wink, wink.
So the problem with that fight is that, first of all, he has a lot of health. Both of his phases have 600 health, and our damage caps out at 80 with bow. But also, that nuke the whole team attack is all he does in phase 2, and you can't really keep up with it in healing.
Especially
So,
when you
you
hard
have a-
start with two of them.
Yeah, exactly. You have a very finite ability to keep up with that damage incoming. So if you get too much upfront damage in phase 1, you just aren't going to last to the end of phase 2.
hmm I'd have to devote turns to start healing, which is problematic. But then he's also doing that before I've even buffed the party, which is getting really problematic.
That actually reminds me. You mentioned earlier that if you're in 8th health, you get like a 30% buff and a 30% crit rate boost, correct?
Yep.
Does that apply to the spells, or is that just
No.
for physical? Great.
Just for physical.
Tragically, no.
Neat. So I was gonna say, I was like, so does the Taz just eat a couple of breaths and then have him miss like 60 kicks?
So, you would think that. I guess this is a good time to go on a little bit of an RNG tangent. Breath of Fire's random number generator is a number generator. It is not random. So, here's how it works. Naively, if you think you have a 10% crit rate and you look at 100 successive frames, you'd think that, okay, some 10 random frames in that 100 frame set are going to be the crits. That's not how it works.
Oh my
What
gosh.
you get is a streak. Oh no, he's at it again. Okay, I'll finish the RNG explanation after this.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to calm the down.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Alright,
no.
here's the point where we get the
boy.
baseball bat out and we kneecap this dude.
I'm gonna
Yep.
I'm gonna reset the console or reset it.
We're gonna fix that RNG right now.
Yep.
If nothing else works, turn it off and back on again. It's always the way to...
Absolute.
It's like the event Ashen, it's broken. Turns it on, turns it back on, starts working again. Why didn't I think of that?
It's the first...
I have a great deal of respect for Blink's willingness to just throw in the towel and say, okay, not winnable, because I would absolutely throw 10 minutes into trying to salvage that fight, and it would not be worth it.
So, Monetary Dragon's bringing up a traumatic experience for me. I used to run Final Fantasy VII's 100% category, and I started off learning on the PC category, which is very nice and very easy mode. And then my first run that I did at a charity event on console was my first console run. And let me get this menu first. Okay. And at my first console run, I got to the Chocobo racing section, and let's just say it was not forgiving because we haven't come up with the RNG manip in a runnable situation yet. And I was stuck in Chocobo racing hell for 7 hours.
I mean, Tejo is just a massive cheating POS, so...
He is.
Yeah. Sometimes I gotta wonder what the devs were thinking, because, like, Tejo is just straight up unfair since he just steals your stats and then some.
It's less about him doing that, but he also ruins the manip because he always will come in second. So if you're trying to get a certain racer to get there to manipulate a reward, he's stealing it from you.
Brutal.
And I got the unfortunate RNG of getting him in like all my races where he had like a 1 in 8 chance of being in there.
Oof. Yeah, I definitely do respect runners that do actual marathon runs like that are like 12 plus hours. Anything that like the mods should consider baking a break into is, man, mucho respecto, for sure. Hey, a non-office Hey man, I'm the one spitting hot fire, not the gremlin. Don't worry about it. Petrified.
Okay. Yeah, it's
that's much.
It's a defense buff.
Yeah, I do appreciate the difference between the translations in a lot of these games, where it's like petrify is just like shield spell rather than like, well, you're gonna get stoned in 3 turns. Have fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, the problem Blink was running into in the previous attempts was he was getting forced into a position where he would have to heal before Nina was done buffing everyone's defense. So he was never able to get into like the reduced damage state that makes the fight manageable.
So, do you want to return to the non-random number generator topic you were talking about?
Do that. We're going to be watching Blink fry and Iki this guy for a while longer. So, imagine you have a streak of 100 frames, like sequentially, and you have your 10% crit rate. The way that manifests in-game is there will be 90 consecutive frames with no crits, and 10 consecutive frames that are all crits. The random number generator is extremely streaky. And likewise, the way damage is rolled in this game, at any given attack has 4 possible damage results, and it will just be a few frames with the highest damage roll, a few frames with the second best, a few frames with the third best, a few frames with the fourth best, repeat. It's extraordinarily non-random. Now, to a human player, it's indistinguishable. It feels random. But as the tasser, like, if my 10 crits were randomly spaced, I would never be more than about a dozen frames away from the next crit. But the way it's implemented, I can easily be like 60, 70, 80 frames away from the next crit. So trying to get rare results in a task, because of the way the random number generator is coded, it's way worse than it feels like it should be just based on the statistics. That's made further worse by the fact that outside of red bar, your base crit rate is low, and your base dodge rate is very low. So if you're just going to sit down and say, I'm going to manipulate a crit and a dodge every turn, you can't. It does not work that way.
So it's not like a Earthbound situation where you can like hold the manip till like 3 or some silliness like that. It's predictable.
So this
but-
is something that I actually really like about the Breath of Fire 1 and 2 games is their RNG function isn't affected by random controller mashing. The only thing that you can do to manipulate it is just wait more frames as it auto-updates.
Oh,
which
so it would
means-
require several like frame-ish perfect inputs.
It would... To manipulate anything as a human player, you have to play frame perfectly from console on, for whatever it is you're trying to achieve.
Gotcha. So it's functional.
Basically not possible.
Okay.
Yeah, which means that as a runner, I don't have to worry about it.
He's
which I
dead!
love. Oh yes,
Yeah.
first try, you nailed him, Blink. Good job.
Oh my
First,
goodness.
First, third try. Perfect.
Yeah,
As
third,
intended.
third try.
That's interesting. So it's always the same RNG from like Power On, so it's more or less like some of the other games where it's like you'll always see the same pattern. Theoretically, if you could, operate down to like a frame perfect level. But
Yeah, it's
Cat-
not quite literally nothing affects the RNG, but so it's slightly different in Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2, but the short version is like things that call RNG also affect the RNG. But just randomly pressing stuff on a controller doesn't affect the RNG. Basically, to actually make that have any material impact, you have to do something. Like, making an attack and rolling damage will update the RNG. And that will compound with the auto-updating every frame, so it will be then different afterward than if you just hadn't attacked and had waited the whole time. But that doesn't turn into human usable manip.
I'm a bit sad because it is nice to have the two separate categories, but honestly, like the main downside of those kind of speedruns, like the Final Fantasy ones, where it's like, well, is it fun to follow a script? Kind of. But also...
So, this is very much just a personal taste thing. My attitude is the thing that I really love about the Breath of Fire 2 speedrun is that you just have to deal with the random encounters. In a sense, it's like a very efficient casual play, because the game throws stuff at you and you just have to use your game knowledge to deal with it, and you can't manip or route your way out of it.
Yeah,
And
personally...
in the past, sorry.
No. I
I
confused a
appreciate-
comma for a period. Go ahead.
Yes, no worries. I can appreciate the challenge of like trying to find the optimal route deterministically through a game, but if I'm going to do that anyway, I'd rather just make a task rather than do human manip. For me,
That's
a human manip feels like this awkward middle ground that I don't really enjoy the benefits of either as much as if I just did the pure thing. But that's totally personal taste. No judgment for people who like human manip categories.
Yeah,
I think it
I'm a
depends.
massive... Go ahead.
I think it depends. If it depends on the amount of effort required to pull off the manip or what the manip does. And that's kind of why with like Final Fantasy VII related manips, I'm kind of a little over it, because there's so many RNG manips that happen on the world map to avoid encounters that require pixel perfect movement.
And that's one of the
By the
beautiful
way, in the
things
background,
about-
we've got a boss fight going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty tedious.
And
We've got
that is one of
plenty
the
of
beautiful
time.
things about speedrunning, though, is that there is, even within the challenge run of complete the game quickly, there's multiple ways to do that in different challenging ways, and everybody can find something that is fun for them to try. Whether that's learning how to do these RNG manipulations, whether that's just learning what the RNG can do to you and how you can recover from the different things that happen.
Ooh.
And
Oh, that's bad.
Woo.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh, we got it.
massive
Oh my.
Oh, Blink.
Okay.
Oh, boy. That absolutely could have killed you.
Yeah, I'm actually terrified.
I do love that just because of how the restream works, that we're always just like a second and a half behind Blink's reactions. It's like, what is he reacting to?
Yep.
Oh, that!
Yep, exactly. So that was the boss being in Red Bar. It's a real cool
No,
mechanic.
he wasn't even yet.
Wait, no, really?
He wasn't. At
Did
that
you
point.
actually just roll 2, like,
Yes.
base odds crits? Wow! Okay,
Nice
so
counter.
base odds for a boss slam are very low.
Yeah, because if he was in Red Bar, I wasn't going to survive that. I wouldn't have survived
Big
the
yike.
second slam.
Actually, now that I think about it, Red Bar is super insidious. It gives you a 30% damage buff and a 30% crit rate buff, so you get the damage buff, then you get a crit on top of it. Yeah. To loop back to the topic on my take of it, I think it's cool that all these categories exist. Like, just because, like for me, an example is not even just with glitchless, but also like slots for Final Fantasy VII, where you can just, I got Kate Chi, everything's gonna die now. It may not be the category for you, but it existing is a pretty interesting category in and of itself. But you don't have to play that. Just play the like glitchless, no slots route if that's what you enjoy. That's the beauty of speedrunning, is there's so many different variations and permeations of routes and ways to play the game that everybody can find something they enjoy. And it doesn't really... Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you finished your thought first.
Oh no, it's just I'm glad that everybody can find a way that they enjoy the game, and that's part of like running an event too. I definitely don't want to discount anybody else's experience or joy of a category. These games have so many different ways, to play. It's great that they all exist. Some of them may end up being a little bit just, I enjoy playing it this way, and that's great. The one thing that always frustrates me is people that are like, oh, you shouldn't run a glitched category because I don't like it. Sorry? I enjoy it. Personally, I'm not a glitched runner. I hard commit to glitchless. But
I'm in optimal movement, sorry.
Yeah, wall bonk go that way. But just remember to enjoy what you want and try to be the best you can with runners. If you don't like the category, don't play it or don't watch it.
Yeah. I agree with everything that was said. Sorry, I'm still like traumatized over how close of a run ender that could have been.
Yeah, we've been seeing some very interesting patterns. And I think that's all I'm allowed to say at this point, or else chat will accuse me of manipulating your RNG to be bad again.
Oh gosh, please don't say that. I'm already embroiled in some weird stuff with that.
Oh no, don't.
Like,
we're
not gonna bring it up. We're not gonna bring it up.
Legitimately,
I just want to say.
As vague as I can say, I legitimately told Zeal I was not sure about doing this category because of that, and I was like, you know what? Nobody is gonna know. We're just gonna act like it didn't happen. Chat does not know what we are talking about. The people that are watching this VOD do not know, and they don't need to know.
Yep.
Some of the people in the voice call do not know. But that's fine.
Nobody don't know nothing.
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
It's just stupid drama that does not matter to 99.99% of the users at the end of the day. I'll let you know at the end, Ashen.
I don't need to know.
But
It's fine.
like, if you're that interested, I want to say there's a...
Sorry, did that
there is a video
doctor just
on it.
say that they were going to fix your broken back?
Yes.
Oh no, Nina was giving that guy a back rub.
Oh, so she's a chiropractor. That's awesome. Always good to have a chiropractor in the party.
Let's just say it's Japanese stuff. Actually, after playing the Japanese version, because I can actually read a little bit of Japanese, it actually is a massage, like a real proper back massage, and it was pat. But the story-wise, the guy right there is a rich philanthropist, and he is kind of aching in a lot of old age stuff. But it was his dream to always get a back rub from a nice, beautiful female. And so he will be giving us 20,000 money in order to give him a back massage from our one female character. But fun fact, you can come back here with your second female character, spoiler, and also give him a back rub for 20,000 money.
Approximately one eternity ago, it was mentioned that we need to accumulate $65,000 to buy a bar of gold. That's happening now. That's what you're witnessing.
Yeah, we're looting houses to get all the rich people's belongings so that we can afford a bar of gold.
Interesting. Mostly interesting that there isn't just a bar of gold somewhere in one of these rich houses that you could just abscond with.
If only. Then the game would be too easy.
It's an interesting mechanic that there actually just is a hard money check that you won't naturally hit just playing the game normally.
Oh, oops.
It would be like if in Gen 1 Pokemon you were actually expected to pay 9 million Pokebucks for the bike and you couldn't complete the game until you did.
Yeah.
That would be miserable.
There's a lot of games where it's like, you need to pay this absurd amount that you physically can't carry, or get this key item. This game is just like, no, you can actually carry that much money and we expect you to carry it.
So once you get done rifling through everybody's, chest of drawers and family heirlooms and all, is there like a fence that you take this all to? Is it in the same town? You sell it back to
no,
the
it's in a
original
different
owners? Okay.
So another interesting mechanic that does help a little bit with the acquire zillions of dollars thing is that different item shops in different towns have different base costs. So there are some expensive item shops where things just cost more to buy. And this is the most expensive town, which is not helpful for you in terms of buying the gold bar that would normally be $50,000 but is actually $65,000 because of the increased prices. But it does also mean that your items sell for more. So it's not totally a lost cause.
Interesting.
Okay, and we're done shopping. Oop.
One of the most interesting on-the-fly routing things that I'm watching for anytime Blink plays this game is the Marble 1 item, which is quite pricey, buying it at $1,300 a piece, but it's a one-use auto-crit, which obviously with our upcoming ability to turn into a dragon is quite powerful. But
Yeah,
you,
that
of
last
course, have
boss
to
that we
attack-
fought. That last boss that we fought was a trial that, on successfully finishing the trial, you have the ability to turn into a dragon now.
One of the things that is going to separate the Blinks from the other runners is going to be optimizing when you should be using your marble supply. Because depending on exactly how fights go, sometimes you'll have more marbles, sometimes you'll have less marbles, because like somebody crit something, or you high rolled something, or you got a boss drop, or whatever. So there's some variance, you're not following the exact same combat plan every time, every fight.
There is some philosophy differences between the runners. Some runners think that by not going out of the way to pick up the items like this to get money to buy more marbles later, you will be in a position where you're relying more on the RNG, and if you get more slams on your RNG naturally, then on average it's going to be faster. If you're getting more slams than like while you're auto battling, because you're not menuing. but it's more inconsistent, and and for me, on average, it was slower than me just buying the marbles and menuing really quickly.
That's interesting to know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just faster to... Well, I'm just gonna marble my way out of this problem versus, like, I have the power of a god, but it's slower.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this is where we're turning in that gold bar. We're currently in a village full of thieves, and the village chief wants to have a gold bar, and in exchange he's going to give us an icicle that'll keep us cool while moving around the desert. It's got I think it's like a magical icicle that never melts.
Yeah, so on the marble joke, I was considering making a joke early on. It's like how we're buying enough marbles to play marbles, but I was like, this just goes nowhere. This is self-defeating. So I've decided to consign myself to puns alone.
Keeping track of the item makes me lose my marbles.
Yep, there we go. There we go. We know who's the first one going to get kicked off the cast.
The runner.
Yeah, that'd be real hard. that would mess a few things up.
I'm not selling myself
we'll just
here.
pull up your tasks. It'll be fine. They won't know the difference.
I actually got really nervous yesterday because I woke up with a migraine, and I was going to ask in our call yesterday if we could have streamed potentially one of my previous practice runs. Just in case I wasn't fit to run today.
I mean, honestly, yeah. I guess that would be a fix. I have migraines too, so I completely understand. 5.5 hours is not doable under a migraine for sure.
Right.
And some of that medicine can just knock the focus right out of you. So even if you don't have the pain, it would be very difficult to focus on this. Yeah.
If Techno actually wants it, I will do the bleak thing when we go back there with the Death Warp.
Okay. That's actually a good point. I'll have to consider that now, so that if it does come up in the future, it's something that we're able to address. I'm learning things every day, surprisingly.
I think I know how to do that.
It sounds like we have plans for plenty of Breath of Fire 2 content in the foreseeable future, but if RPG Limit Break is ever interested in task content, I'm happy to contribute and commentate over top of one of mine. I spent years on them. I am happy to yap about them.
That is a very interesting idea. I've never really considered. I gotta make a note of that, actually. That would be a very cool thing to do. So I remember ZFG doing that, and a few other runners of different games showcasing TASs and talk about it, because there's definitely a lot of going on under the hood in TASs.
It's very different. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've had a couple of TASs in the main marathon event before. We've had, I think it was Final Fantasy in 2019, and we had FF10 in 2022, I believe.
Yeah, I remember that one because it desynced like 75 times.
Yeah.
That was the task that just did not want to go. Ugh.
No, there's just such a TASs in general. I love to watch personally, but there's something about a very long task that is just so much. Partly because you have more time to sit and talk about it, talk about the work that went into it, talk about the tech that goes into it, and all the people behind it. But it's a very cool part of the speedrunning community. So yeah, I'd absolutely be down to get something more on the schedule sometime.
Ooh, that was scary.
The neat part about that too is there's no randomness. We know exactly how long the stream's gonna be.
Yep.
Unless it desyncs.
Yeah. If I would literally just be like, we're not running the task live. We're just pulling up the task videos.
Play the video. Yeah.
We are making this easy. We don't need to taskbot this. We're not overcomplicating it.
I do agree with Sandwich Cled when you're talking about a 4+ hour tool-assisted speedrun. Having some commentary is really a necessity.
Yeah, ideally, that's part of the reason why it didn't even occur to me. But like, I've seen a lot on ZFD channel where there's, I think it's Keaton, like always has like a yearly task, and the discussion about the task itself and the play between is super important. So it definitely would be one of those things where it's like, I'd like to get the tasker involved, and then maybe an RTA runner or two to kind of compare and contrast the task qualities versus the RTA strats. And then a couple of nobodies like myself that have no idea what's going on, so they can be like, so what is a marble and why do we buy it?
I just got kindergarten cop vibes right there.
Also, there's a question from God Empress in chat. Why does the Frost Dragon do a lightning attack? That is actually a lightning dragon. It's just very similar looking to the Frost Dragon, so it is an understandable mistake.
Yeah, I think it's like a light blue for the frost and like a dark blue for the lightning.
It almost looks
it's
white.
it's
completely.
a light blue and a dark light blue.
Yeah,
There you
but
go.
like with the color saturation of older consoles, the color can be a
They
little
look
bit iffy.
very similar.
Yep.
Mhm.
But that's a Thunder Drake. And they
I
had to
am
call it a
so-
Drake because they're babies.
I'm so very upset that we just walked past that boomerang.
I know,
just-
right?
Right?
You have to
I
come
gotta
back
put
here
that out
later.
there. I think we might be kicking Blink off and loading up the task at this point. What a time to bully the runner in the middle of a boss fight.
So fun fact, this boss's slams don't actually work.
Yeah, I don't
I
know why
guess we're
that
not-
is.
I think
I
it's
guess we're not
because
going-
the enemy
Go
that's
ahead.
actually attacking you are his eyeballs rather than the boss itself. So they don't register as the slam.
Pointer situation.
There's something
More
weird
bad
going on
code? What?
So the mechanic is that as
Oh,
you
here.
do damage to him, these eyeballs are going away, and when it gets down to just the big eyeball, then he starts doing a big lightning attack. We would like him to not do that as much as possible. Also, show of hands in chat, we can all agree that this is actually a Legend of Zelda boss, right?
Well, okay. That makes me like, I have to look up release dates here.
This came up after Link to the Past.
Alright, so. Wait, why are you giving me this Switch release date? I said Zelda 3. Tears of the Kingdom is not Zelda 3. Bad AI. Bad. Google, get your poop together. Okay, so our Japanese release date is November 21st, 91. Now, what is our BOF 1 release date, though?
I think it's 93. Yeah, here's the
Okay, this works
defaults.
perfectly.
Yeah, it found
So,
94 when I was looking at it earlier.
Yeah, so 94 for the Game Boy in NA, 93 for JP. And yeah, so they had 2 years. Yep, definitely they stole it from Zelda. That is conclusive evidence. Are we going for a death warp, or are we just about to get bodied?
No, we're going
We
for that
actually
one.
are going for a death.
Okay, okay. I was a bit worried there. I was like,
So the nice thing is that lightning storm attack the boss is doing is a fixed 25 damage always, so it's very easy for Blink to calculate if he needs to heal or not.
It got
I
a
do
little
appreciate-
iffy there. It got a little iffy
ahead.
there because I wasn't sure if the slam before his second phase was going to push him or not. Because then I would have been a turn ahead, and I would have needed to like burn a turn in order to get to the appropriate health. But even
appreciate
if
that
I'm
we get
over health, even being
Go
a little
ahead.
over health here, I mean, we're just losing time versus a death warp. Rather than the run dying.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked away for a second and looked back, and Karn was popping out of the hole, and I was like, did he just pop out of a chest?
Brother
Oh.
Darkness. You're telling me that A Link to the Past isn't Breath of the Kingdom for Game Boy?
You know... The fact that a lot of these gem Super Nintendo games got released on the Game Boy is actually super cool, though. Makes them a lot more available. Because if there was only the SNES release, these would be so expensive.
Yeah, I agree. Luckily, this one's cheap. I think it might even be cheaper by a little bit versus its Game Boy Advance release.
As long as it isn't somebody putting on... But I think it's like Breath of Fire 2 that has like the retranslation patch with like the worst background for the menu known to man.
Oof. You know better than me. The original background is a little bit harsh too, with its purplish background.
Yeah, I think they like straight up put an image behind it so the text becomes unreadable, because it's like I think the silver dragon in the menu versus like the white text. It's really hard to parse the fan translation patch.
Text box, you're...
You know what-
Oh, crap. Text box, you're
I know
being
what I'll-
unreasonable.
I know what I'll do. I'll just get Miria on it. She knows how to mod these games. Get our good old staff members fixing these games one by one.
Do you actually have a staff member named Miria?
Yep, she's actually our tech expert. When I brought this up, Miria was like, "Wait, the game series that my name is from?" And I'm like, "Yep." She's actually been around the scene for a while. I know most people have only played or may have played Final Fantasy V via the fan translation, and from what I understand, she's the one that did the coding for it. Because I had made like an offhanded. I made an offhanded reference to like the butts. I was like, butts. And then she's like, do you know why the name is butts? And then she like went and Bartsu. Yep. That was the explanation.
Well, it's just Batsu. Like, it's like a really long A.
Yeah. And so they ended up deciding to do it that way, but that's how I found out that she's been around for quite a long time. And there's a few games where she's played with the idea of going back to like remod some of the work that she's done that's not as solid. But like Butts is just like a community stand at this point, good or bad.
Yeah, that movement error put me on exactly the first frame, or the first tile that I could have gone in an encounter, so that could have been scary.
This room is an excellent demonstration of the developers of this game just having no concept of pacing. The entire game just gets put on pause for 5 minutes while you walk around this room and read the same text box 8 times in a row.
Good fight,
Yeah,
by the way.
I was gonna say, I was like, do we really have to check all of these? Is that just the way they
You
coded
really
it?
do.
That's
Yep.
criminal. That somebody should be taken to jail over that. Oh.
No, you spilled the secrets, Charles. You're supposed
Oh.
to ask Chad, like, which coffin do you think it's in?
Supposed to proceed to gaslight chat.
Okay.
We're
Yeah,
doing
so-
it. It's RNG manipulation, guys.
That
Holy
room
Chad, which
is
one do you
also
think it is?
an
Okay.
instance of a really weird implementation of a game mechanic.
Yeah.
The game generates random encounters when you don't have a marble running, and as with most RPGs, the further you walk without a fight, the more likely you are to generate a fight. And most games will have like an upper limit on the encounter rate, or just a hard cap where you're forced into a fight. Breath of Fire 1 has neither. Breath of Fire 1 will keep on increasing that encounter rate, but not to a guaranteed fight, and if
think
you
I did
hit
it
the
right.
ceiling, the encounter rate becomes 0. and you can no longer get any more random encounters until you screen transition. And it comes up in the tasks because that room is bigger than the maximum walk distance without a fight. In fact, it's twice as big. And you want to death warp immediately after opening the last box. But if you didn't take any fights in the room, then after opening the last box, you can't get a fight. You have to walk back out of the room, which takes like 30 seconds. It's a big room. It's slow.
Interesting.
I can't remember what this one is. Was it this one? I can't remember now. Which person is the Chun-Li person? I'm gonna just try this really quick.
Yep.
No. Okay. I don't remember if it's that person or someone else, but it might have been her, but I can't remember now. I lost 200 money, so let me rewind really quick.
There's a magician who promises you to make 100 gold disappear. Yes twice, no twice, and then yes once to see Chun-Li. Interesting.
Wait, what is it again?
So there's a magician who promises to make 100 GP disappear, and then you have to answer yes twice, then no twice, then yes once.
Let me see.
That's oddly specific.
So this is the magician.
I think you have the right house. Yeah.
Yes?
Unless this guy on Neoseeker is lying, which, you know, you said no too many times. I mean...
Yeah.
Can you ever say no too many times? Yo!
Nice.
Hey, dude on Neoseeker,
Right.
where's the thumb up button? Shout outs to that guy on Neoseeker. He saved
Also
the run.
appears in Breath of Fire 3. I don't know if she appears in Breath of Fire 2.
Not only does she appear in Breath of Fire 3, but so does Sakura.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm sure most of chat is aware of this, but there's actually dev names that you can play in this game, and if you make Ryu's name certain Street Fighter characters, it'll actually spawn you at certain points of the game with items, so that you there's what is it? I think DJ% is a run because that puts you like the latest. I want to say. But there's a few other like Ryu, and I forget the other names.
There's Vega, Chun-Li, Ryu. Or I guess not Chun-Li. Chun. It's just Chun.
There's
There's Ken, Ryu, Chun, Vega, and DJ.
Balrog? No. Actually, fun fact that completely has nothing to do with Breath of Fire is they actually shuffled M. Bison, Balrog, and Vega's names in English because M. Bison was actually the boxer character, and they were like, yeah, we're going to get sued by Mike Tyson, so let's shuffle those around. So in Street Fighter tournaments, they're referred to as Boxer, Dictator for Vega, which is the actual Bison's name, and then Balrog, the actual, it's Claw, Boxer, and Dictator is what they're referred to as, just to make it easier, but it's shuffled in English and Japanese. Has no effect on the passwords, but I just, figured I'd say a fact that literally is
neat.
not useful at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, if you orbit the street fighting community long enough, you'll find that out. It's a very interesting one. That kind of makes sense, but it's funny because back then, like in the 80s and 90s, they did that a lot, and there's a lot of things that slipped past, and just probably shouldn't have existed, but they ended up existing.
Okay, Ryu has a really good health threshold here.
Yeah, the Bison-Tyson connection was the fear, because that's actually why they named him M. Bison, the boxer. was more of an homage. Yeah, that is quite devastating. That is very well named. Oof.
Oh, I healed the wrong person.
It's fine. It was NG manipulation. I'm just going to start saying that from now on, and people are going to be so confused. What do you mean?
I was
NG?
thinking that looked a little bit like a YOLO strat.
Yep, he is indeed burned out.
Yeah, I meant to heal Nina there instead of Ryu at the one of that previous turns that we just had. So it could have been worse.
I do appreciate that, like, the Breath of Fire, some of the runs, like, just straight up ignore the dragon transformation, and it pretty much gets used throughout the course of this entire run.
3 uses it pretty religiously.
Yeah, the gene system is really busted.
Yeah.
As long as you know
agreed.
which genes to grab.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's what? It's 1 and 3 use it, and then, like, 2 and 4 really don't use it at all.
4 uses it some.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it's used. But I know it does get used. 2 uses it, but since it's a spell, it's like kind of weird how it gets used.
Yeah, because you don't get like a dragon state where you get buffed attacks. You just use one expensive attack.
Mm-hmm.
It is a bit interesting to see the inconsistencies with like the design for dragon, where it's like it's a transformation. No, it's an attack. Never mind, it's a transformation. No, it's an attack.
I think that among the broader RPG populace, the Breath of Fire 2 dragons are not super popular, and like I will admit they definitely are the most boring of the dragon designs just because they're one use. But I really like them from a speedrunning perspective. They produce a lot of really interesting questions about like when is it faster to use a dragon versus doing other things, and in the glitch list category, you have to weigh, like, every mana restoring item you use costs $200. You only have a finite number of them that you can afford to buy. When can you make the most use of your dragons?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
an interesting difference from just the, like, dragon everything forever, which you might naively think is what the speedrun is, but it actually is not at all.
Yeah, that animation is very long. The damage to the animation is pretty tight, too. But yeah, MP management is like one of those systems that like old RPGs really have a very big impact. Like more modern ones getting MP restorative items are like, they're not super expensive and pretty common. So
It's kind of one of the
use-
reasons why I didn't like the Rebirth remake system.
Mhm.
Because then, like, once you get into the hard mode, then
Yep.
you can't even use them.
Yeah.
So why even make it?
Initially, yeah. So like, I'm a New Game Plus hard runner, and like, I love it. But casually, it pissed me off saving my elixirs for hard mode and then having it pop and be like, items will be banned now, and I'm like, ah!
I mean, even more so, like, if half of the game, because hard mode, it feels like it's half of the game. Like, why
Yeah.
even have items even in the first place? Because, you know, you have to get around without using it, so if the focus was on that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think managing your like HP and MP is a super big part of hard mode, and like MP absorb to a lot of people in remake is, oh well, it's 0.01%. This is garbage. Turns out that is enough to keep you flooded in MP if you know the right setup. A cool thing with Rebirth, actually, the overworld benches that require cushions can actually be used in hard mode, so you can refill your MP at any time, which is something I always try to mention, because people are like, wait, you can do that? I'm like, yep. You don't have to restart the chapter, you can just use a bench.
Oh, it was so great, like, that being the case when I was going for Platinum for that one.
Mm-hmm. It makes overworld travel and like gameplay a lot more reasonable.
Have they actually made the Platinum easier now? Or is it still kind of a pain?
You're still kind of hamstrung on the crunches and some of the other like more obnoxious minigames. The biggest one is the VR fight, or the fights in the arena, can be done on easy and it doesn't affect plat, but the Chadley stuff is still very hard. I personally even haven't beaten Rulers of the Outer Worlds without cheesing it. And then there's the minigames that are very rough. The biggest annoyance is having to do the play with every character. To have that get checked off is super obnoxious too.
Oh, for the romance?
Yeah. But overall, like, the Platinum isn't super awful, but yes. The squats, fortunately, are not that... once you get used to them, aren't too bad, in my opinion. The problem with this one is the crunches are L1, R1, L2, R2, and then they instituted like a holding system for the hard variation, and like you need to push it in halfway. It's super obnoxious, and I just ended up giving up on the plat because I'm like, I'm not getting arthritis over this. But it's a fun game. Unfortunately, some games just aren't meant to be platinumed unless you're really die-hard.
Please. Okay, good. Okay, good.
That's I did think the platinum was part of like showing that I'm a speedrunner, and then I decided my sanity is best wasted on speedruns.
True. Okay, this boss was cooperative.
Yeah, this is actually quite good. Do you normally expect to have Bo alive for this fight?
No. I expect to have no one alive. That F-stone's not good.
Yay! You screwed up my inventory! What a champion!
Yeah.
I love that Karn is like... is kind of polarizing in the weird way that he functions in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, initially he's just kind of this random thief character you have, and then later it's like, oh yeah, he can just suck your characters and create a big super character. It's the same thing with like the fusion system from 2. Casually it's kind of rough because you like go into critical, you get knocked out of the transformation. I think in this one Karn has to die to lose the transformation.
Yeah. Or cutscenes happen.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which I think is the same as in 2.
Yeah. Because that's why you can't use fusions in Infinity for most of it, because you get cutscened, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We have tech for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that Infinity has some very weird tech to get the fusion through, which is absolutely cool.
One of the things that is wild about Breath of Fire 1 is that there just is very clearly a party. Like, it's Ryu, Karn, fused as Puka, Lu, and
You have nice
Nina.
health.
And the other 4 characters are just not intended to be used. It's the only game I can think of that is so clear, like, these 4 are the party, these 4 on the bench.
Yeah, they straight up gave you, like, a progression. Like, Remake really does that too, and Rebirth to a lesser extent, since we brought them up. Like they design things around the party, which I think is a really good idea because then you can balance the game a lot better. And this one does the same thing where it's like, yeah, these other characters exist, but once you get all of them, you just put them in a box and they're perfect. It's the 3 guys in a trench coat. GG.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of the other characters, I don't even really have much experience with them, so I don't even know how to feel about them.
Well, they just don't really do anything.
Yeah.
Gobi has low stats, only learns, I think, 2 spell lines, and they only work underwater, which is exactly 1 segment of the game.
When you say 2 spell lines, do you mean like 2 rows of spells?
Okay. Yeah, like Ebb and Ebb X and whatever the other one is, and Echo? Is it Echo?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. And Mogu just doesn't have any spells. Mogu
He has
just
1.
can. Oh, right! I keep forgetting that friggin' thing.
Yeah, he
Functionally,
gets
it doesn't really have spells.
Yeah,
I
he has a
mean-
flea.
It's
Yeah.
fair when you task the game, right? Because you don't go into the menu. Why would you?
Sure.
Exactly.
Yep.
Oh, Nina knows warp now.
Nice. Right on time. Actually, a little early.
Yeah.
Bo's spell list is really only useful in the early game, and then he's completely just outclassed. Especially once you get blue. And Mogu just runs away and otherwise has nothing meaningful to contribute to a fight, and Gobi can only cast a couple of weak spells underwater and otherwise doesn't contribute anything to a fight. And also just is part of Karn fusions. It's a really weird balance.
I guess this must be the optimal party, too, because it distributes EXP properly and min-maxes the amount of turns you take. I always find it funny with these, with runs like this where characters are downed half the run. My brain just always thinks we're setting up an agility anchor, like it's an FE run. No, he's dead for a reason. I want Z to have low agility.
Ooh, rough.
Oh!
No bird.
The bird is not the word. Does this game even
That's
have
probably
revive
fine.
items?
It does.
I think we're okay.
I think we have life? Yeah.
Well, she's level 13, so it's fine. I was worried about if he could kill the run. But we're fine.
I thought we
Nothing
weren't
bad
allowed
ever
to say
happens
that.
in runs.
What, killing the run?
Yeah, wait, can the runner say that? It's just not commentators that can do that?
Yep.
Is that the rule of the land?
No, it was mostly just for Gremlin that I was worried about. Or are you
Well.
talking about some unspoken rule that exists for speedrunning?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I got a hidden unspoken rule that doesn't exist, but it does.
Gotcha. It's like Macbeth.
Yeah. It's the law of the
Or,
land,
as they
but
say,
nobody...
the Scottish play.
Hmm.
So that fight looked a little sketchy near the end, but we are trying to set up a death warp. Setting up death warps always looks a little sketchy.
I just gotta remember that I have the cursed item on Ryu, for the Death Warp only.
The death warp that we're preparing for is actually very interesting. It's less a death warp and more a death skip.
Typically, we just call them Death Abuse.
Yeah.
Or at least I think they would just typically be called that, is what I should have said.
Yeah, I think that's the Death Abuse, Death Warp. Those are like the two most common
There's a
terminologies.
sequence of upcoming little mini bosses. They're more of the soldiers that we've just been fighting, but you don't have to win the first fight, and if you lose it, you just skip most of them. Which is cool. We'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Am I to understand that we got some MacGuffin that raised a sunken ship?
No. We stole a ship from the bad guys. They had a ship that was harbored a little bit away from the town. And we just cleared the ship of all the bad guys just so that we could Grand Theft boat.
Okay, that's more reasonable.
In the grand
Still
tradition
silly.
of pirates everywhere.
Every RPG, a boat must be stolen from somebody.
Typically bad guys. You don't want to steal the good guy's ship. That would be bad.
Hold on, I need more world travel. That boat is mine!
We have 2 more bosses before we get to the more comfy part of the run. But Nina knows Warp already, so I'm less concerned about it being uncomfy.
I don't know, man. It's been pretty comfy for me.
Yeah, we just have to sit here and yap. If anything goes wrong, it's not our problem.
Got it.
Oh yeah, this is the segment where we just go underwater. Because story reasons.
Yep.
Oop, one too many.
That is the fight that we didn't need to win. Link successfully remembered to take off the cursed hat. And normally
The
there'd be
benefit,
fights here.
yeah, the benefit of that is that if you die on this boat, you're automatically put to that location where I just came from. And the boss ends up always in this position where he would never normally be. There's usually a lot of cutscene that happens between now and then. And fights.
Oh, where you have to like chase him below deck.
Or he's chasing us below deck.
Ah, okay.
So we're like running away from him every time and he's just sending fights towards us.
I mentioned it earlier, Birdman, but BoF 4 is available on GOG for PC, but it is initially a PlayStation game. 1 and 2 are SNES games, and I believe also GBA titles, and 3 and 4 are initially PlayStation games. Yep, PS1. I want to say BoF 3 is also on PSP/PSTV. I want to say it has a PC release, but I could be just gaslighting myself into something that doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
Oof. That's sad to hear.
I think the only reason that there's a BoF 4 GOG game is because there was a PC release beforehand, so they had something to work with.
Yeah. The PSP is such an interesting thing, actually, because I was talking with Zeal about it, and I was like, man, Europe is so lucky because they're the only ones that got the English PSP version of it. I ended up like importing that, and I also like found out that I can't remember if it was Breath of Fire 3, I think, but Zeal mentioned that that was part of the way that he learned English was from translating BoF 3 into, I think it's German.
I guess we have a life, so I shouldn't be too worried here. I should be more worried about getting more people down.
Must resist I love it. Like, we have a life. Just hearing that out of context, I'm like, gosh, I hope we do.
Oh, come on!
I don't know. I feel like when a
The
antagonistic
game's not
general
cooperating.
takes over your ship and turns into a weird squid thing,
It's
you
over.
should always be concerned about that.
The game heard, I need more people down, and it decided to do the opposite of doing that.
Yeah, the octopus squid taking over the ship is such a harsh trope that it's like, this never happens in reality, but it sure happens a lot in video games.
Mm-hmm.
Or what's the joke? You know, if I had a nickel for every time my ship was taken over by a squid, I'd have 10 cents. But it's strange that it happened twice.
I'm reminded of XKCD's graph where on one axis it's like how much I thought I would have to worry about this thing when I was a kid, and the other axis is like how much I actually have to worry about this thing as an adult, and like in the very far bottom corner is quicksand.
Now that you bring up the graph,
Like if
there
you
was
just
actually...
watch kids'
Go ahead.
adventure shows, the quicksand is everywhere.
And the floor was
It's such
lava.
Yeah, it's such a weird MacGuffin that you never interact with in your actual life.
And now we are a fish man.
And apparently paid 100,000 gold for that?
Yeah, but we took it on
went.
loan, so now he would be a loan shark, if you will.
Alright.
Alright, I quit. You win. I'll be back in 2 hours.
So it
yeah.
is real nice that we have marble
Mhm.
threes to completely avoid random encounters here, because I do not like Gobi's odds in a fight.
No, his odds are terrible.
Literally everybody has learned to hate Gobi just because he gets rolled in these fights, like, horrifically bad. And you spend most of your time just dying and getting kicked back to town over and over again. Like, yeah. There's not any words that are PG that I can say about this segment. Ever.
I mean, it sounds like the word
Of
is
all-
marble. Marble all
of-
the time.
Yeah.
All
We're playing
the
marbles
secondary
and that's
party
it.
members, of all the secondary party members that this game could have forced you to do a solo section with, it picked the worst one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if he had been 10 levels higher, this would have been reasonable.
Probably. The issue is that the game made him a fish when he should have been made into a donkey.
We're just all inning on this segment, aren't we? We're using all of our funny on the fish man.
Well, you know, if we don't use ours, there's not going to be any, because the game certainly isn't providing any.
Yeah.
I do have to say, Gobi is very progressive for a fish because he's doing fish flips before it was popular. Look at him. He's got a face made for the camera.
Ashen, I'm gonna have to ask you to mute Blank. Good grief. Ugh. So
Imagine just like the entirety of Breath of Fire 1 with solo Gobi.
no, I don't think I will.
Wouldn't that be fun?
refuse.
Sounds-
Look at the
not.
end. At the end of the game, once you win, after the ending credits, it can just say, "In."
I'm glad you're like trying to tell us why a randomizer for this would be awful.
That sounds like the best flag for the randomizer, actually.
That would quantify as a cata seed, 100%. That's the cata flag.
There
It's just
is
the
a
Gobi
randomizer
thing.
for Breath of Fire 2. I have run it on my stream 2 or 3 times, and yes, I do get bodied by the solo sections every single time. How did you guess?
Okay,
Oh,
so we just
love our-
extorted. We just extorted this fish man for money because Gobi is a very greedy fish.
Interesting.
He's a savvy haggler.
Exactly.
I mean, didn't he also put us under like a unreasonable amount of debt a minute ago too?
Yep. He
Yep.
put us into more debt than the game has a money cap for.
Good. So that's why we kick him out of the party, because he's greedy.
Mhm.
Hmm. Jump in me, I'm a fishman.
Look at him face of her camera, man.
The way that the game like walks the party around is so goofy. That's like one of the things that always struck me with this game.
It's got some charm.
It does. It's definitely something like that has been committed to my memory for no particular reason, other than the party just does a lap and then the cutscene happens.
Again, the save is not necessary, but I'm doing it because I need to get a certain setup here. And I may have to reset for it. Wrong person. I need to end this fight with 3 dead people.
Okay. Enjoy Ebex, because that's the last time you'll see it.
If we get it off at the start of the next phase, that would be nice, but this is not going well. We might have to reset.
Nope.
He's trolling.
I have to reset that.
Okay. Good old Super NES RNG. So much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Guess it could be worse. At least the boss is pretty close to the save point. You don't have to take a 6-mile hike this time.
Exactly. Okay, that's a good first turn. Oh, you know what? We swap Bow in. I think Bow will take more damage than Karn. Oh, this is still not going very well. If he crits Bow, that would be nice. I think I have one more turn here. He's got to just hit Bow, and otherwise I have to reset again. Okay, we continue. Also,
Neat.
Expedition 33 reference.
So I'm assuming you just can't target your own party members like you can in some RPGs.
No, Breath of
Okay.
Fire 2 is the first one you can do that.
Hmm. That is one of those features that's very easy to forget is not in every RPG.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to knock out your own party members is kind of nice. Unless it's Final Fantasy II, then you get to do that for 6 hours. Or Final Fantasy II, yeah, do that. Burp, burp.
Normally, it's pretty easy to get this setup with 3 people dead. The main reason I'm setting this up is because that B ring that you mentioned that I skipped by earlier, we're going back to go pick it up because now we have a guy that can punch it out of the rock.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Derp.
But
I forgot you.
I don't need to go that way yet. I need to go this way. I'm forgetting what I need to even do right now.
It's NG manipulation. Don't worry about it, guys. We're gonna make this number generator random.
We have a nice amount of money, actually.
So just to the right of this shop is Gobi's Flea Market, which I think we can't use quite yet, but becomes active shortly.
You can.
Oh,
You can
you
use it right now.
already? All right.
You get Phase 1 rewards here.
And this is the source of the extremely cursed tech that nobody has routed in yet. But from the way Gobi's Flea Market works is there's a table of items you can get, and it's progressive. So like you have the highest odds of getting the first thing on the table, and if you roll to not get the first thing on the table, then you have odds of getting the second thing on the table. So you're less and less likely as you go down the table. Right at the bottom of the Phase 2 table, which is active a little bit later, is the best weapon for Karn and second best weapon for Ryu, which is significantly stronger than anything else available until right at the end of the game. And also, Ryu and Karn are your 2 damage dealers anyway. So if you just have it, it's incredibly powerful. It speeds it up a lot. The task strat is to get 2 of them, and then mostly ignore your dragons from that point on and just beat things to death with your regular attack. But, game is not manipulable. You would have to do like a save, a hard console reset, and then do a basically just unassisted frame perfect input. Like you could try and time it with a metronome, but that's all you got. There's no cues or anything.
Yeah,
That
it's fine.
sounds very simple and straightforward. Why not?
We'll just
Just stick that at the 2.5 hour mark in your speedrun. That sounds fun.
It's fine. We just have to convince somebody to become a community member. Then we also have to convince them to come up with some sort of plug-in where you can put in factors plus a metronome, plus a this, plus a that.
Yeah.
There are some community members that could make that work, but it would be very unfun.
I'm aware that some people are actually that nuts. And it ain't me, Chief.
I have seen the Final Fantasy community do some very, very heinous acts, and I am impressed, but also, please seek help. You don't have to go through it alone. It's fine.
Yet horrified.
We are all here for you.
By which, of course, we mean get somebody else to look at the code with you and help put it together. That's definitely...
Yes!
Yep. Get a team of people together.
So we just death warped right there. The trap on that last chest kills a party member. And with everybody else dead, the moment that your final party member dies, the game will force an escape.
Yep. Just, this looks explosive. Well, it was! Neat!
Has the added benefit of functioning as a full heal for the upcoming bosses.
Yep. Anytime that you death warp, you get a full heal, but with a money penalty. But when you get a game over, essentially, without the enemy taking an action, you don't lose any money for it. So you get the benefit of the death warp without the penalty of losing money.
Nice. So we were talking earlier about maybe doing a task showcase. I know one of the cool things I love when I see tasks. Some of the Final Fantasy ones have it where they like have the encounter table showing up as a graph on the bottom. It's a super cool thing. Graphics like that are awesome when watching tasks, for sure. But being able to explain it is even better.
Oof.
Oh.
I mean, it's expected, but it's just a little early.
Anybody
okay.
tell you
I'll
to
take
keep
that.
that tongue to yourself? Hey!
He does need to die, but at least he lives an extra turn.
Extra damage.
Yeah.
I think across both passes, Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2, we use a total of 5 non-Death Warp random encounters. I cannot think of more than that. 2 in BOF 1 and 3 in BOF 2.
Interesting.
Oh no, there's a third in BOF 1. I forgot one. 6 total, 3 and 3.
And are those random encounters routed in for like leveling, or because you can't avoid them? What's
So
why
in
those 6 in
both-
particular?
In both games, the very first random encounter you take is to get level 2 before the first boss. In Breath of Fire 2, you kill 2 enemies, one in the mid game and one in the late game for their drops. In Breath of Fire 1, you kill 1 enemy to get a moon drop, which sells for a lot of money, and you use that for the gold bar purchase rather than doing a bunch of the side quests in Aurea. And when you're partway through that coffin room with Karn opening all the boxes, you take a random encounter and then immediately flee from it, so that there are still random encounters in that room that you can death warp on when you're done. And just getting a fight and then immediately fleeing from it is significantly faster from having to walk all the way out of the room to be able to get a death warp fight.
Interesting.
So I do notice you going in and like using the marble to fade a turn without using block to increase your defense. Does that actually use the marble, or does it just fade the turn completely and not cost you anything?
What do you mean exactly? Can you say that again?
When you're menuing, I see that sometimes you're using the marble item with some of your characters instead of blocking to increase your defense. Does that actually use the marble, or?
I didn't intend to use marbles with other characters other than Ryu, but it doesn't increase defenses. I'm blocking with Ox to just avoid having him use an animation.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was you were using the item specifically to like get lower defense, and if it actually used the item every time you tried to like use it or not. Like you had to buy extra marbles or whatever.
Yeah, this is just me being bad at menuing and trying to rationalize what I want to do. And it could have been dangerous there a little bit because I meant to actually heal 1 turn earlier with Ox. And for some reason I defended with him.
Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, the menuing is so quick, it's kind of hard to catch what exactly you're doing sometimes. Doing my best.
I mean, that's
to
same
keep
case
up.
with me. Because
Yeah.
I thought I queued a heal because I backed out of menus like crazy there. So I was like, the heal didn't go off and he almost died.
I know, it's
That
starting
was
to
a
look like an
slam, it would've been
Earthbound
bad.
run. You're just manipulating smashes, don't worry about it.
This is fine.
We already
Rolling
discussed that
back.
isn't how it worked, but it's definitely happening.
I have rolling health, it's fine. I can manage it. Just stay above 23.
So we have just picked up the first of Karn's fusions. In the task, that's actually the only one you pick up. I think Blink is planning to pick up one more in
Yeah.
this route.
I haven't until we get that manip that you're talking about, Charles, that like it's probably not worth it to play it risky with just using Shin only.
Yeah, makes sense. So, Karn's fusions are stonks. Even the weakest one gives him a literal 2 times damage bonus and also a gigantic wad of health.
Is it that he just gets double damage, or just that his stats are so high that it's effectively a double damage?
No,
Nope,
the
it's just
ability
the times
puts a
damage
multiplier.
Oh,
It gives like a 2.5 HP multiplier and a 2 times damage multiplier for being in that form.
I was unaware. I just thought he had beefy stats. Wow.
Then, so that's the weakest fusion is 2 times damage. This next strongest fusion is 3 times damage, and the strongest one, Puka, is both 3 times damage, and I think it's a 50% chance to just auto crit. Functionally 6 times damage.
Oh.
Which is
I
actually
get-
kind of comical. It's not as good as it sounds because you just hit the damage cap super hard and bounce right off it.
Hmm. Yeah, that's right. This game doesn't have. I think it's what, triple digits?
Yeah.
That was one of the most major optimizations to the updated tasks. Both Doof and Puka take about 90 seconds to pick up, and they definitely do not save you that much time in a task setting because just Shin, the weakest transformation with its 2 times modifier, because you can just force crits and use red bar by virtue of being a task, he almost damage caps anyway. Like the 3
was
times
gonna
damage multiplier isn't a big deal.
Yeah, I actually like managed to put that together slightly before you mentioned it. I was like, wait a minute.
Nice.
30% from red bar would like massively buff the damage. Oof.
Sure do. Actually, what makes it even wackier is that most bosses in this game are weak to the dark element, and the super stonk secret weapon you can buy for Karn and Ryu from Gobi's Flea Market is dark element, incidentally. So you just also get the elemental damage multiplier too. It's multipliers all the way down.
Yeah, if I've learned one thing from Remake and Rebirth, like multipliers are super important. That's why magic is so out of control strong. A little bit of high stat buffs, but also like getting ×2 damage is just really good. Did he just sneeze a snowflake?
Yep.
500 damage.
So you'll notice we have only 2 characters on the screen. This is a really cool feature? Bug? Not clear. I'm gonna call it a feature, but the arrows that you see at the very right end of Blink's menu at the start of a turn, you can actually swap people in the active party for people in the reserve party. Which is neat. That's a cool mechanic. I like it in FF10. I like it in BoF 1. But you can also swap in people who are part of a Karn fusion. And then you just have an empty slot in combat, which means your menus are faster.
Yeah, that's like casually this would be like a deficit, but that means you can also swap out the people that are part of the fusion as well, so you're not playing at a -1 party member for no particular reason.
Yeah,
I have to wait
you
for
can
a bird
swap
to
them in
follow
here.
me.
I love how you fought one bird, but they were all around you by the end of the cutscene.
I love how you went
Yeah,
to
also,
some
this
random
is-
old guy in a forest and showed him your boomerang, and he said, "Cool, great, go steal a bird egg."
Yep.
All right, the Pied
I
Piper.
considered trying to explain the plot as we went through the game, but honestly, it doesn't make much more sense in context. I think we're good.
I don't want to hurt the viewers and confuse them too much.
Yep. Side quests the video game.
Yeah, that definitely is an old RPG trope where the these side quests get kind of just out of hand. This
Except
was
it's
the
not a
goal all
side
along?
quest. It's like the main plot. Yeah. This game does not have very many side quests, and that's probably one of the unfortunate things I think about it.
Yeah, I guess it's like mechanically they're not side quests. They are part of the main plot. But like aesthetically, you're trying to stop the Dark Dragon Empire, but you're in a forest hunting bird eggs. Like the one is not really related to the other.
Yeah, because we're just gonna
Except
flood
through
the
moon logic.
we're gonna flood the enemy's fortress with birds. Yeah, that's definitely a main quest thing that you say commonly. That's some that is peak Breath of Fire. Actual logical absurdity.
Oh, she's fine.
She lived.
2 HP is plenty.
We only need the 1. 2 is even better because it's 2 at twice as much as the 1 we need.
Oh,
bruh.
Oh,
Chill!
oh!
Hey, we got red bar.
Look, red
yes,
bar.
red bar.
Look at that beautiful red bar buff.
We tassin' now!
Okay, you joked that was genuinely my task strat for this fight, was just use all 3 of them to set up red bar on Ryu and Karn.
I'm actually gonna have you attack.
We're trying to figure out if we want to risk it for the biscuit, get that juicy red bar, or heal. Like, I
Healing is
really want to use the red bar, but also, this is a marathon.
Yeah. I might pull him back. We'll see what the attack here is on. Okay. No, not him. Come on. Actually, I think he's supposed to die here, so it might be fine.
Nice natural crit.
Right? Okay, she's definitely supposed to die.
That is the most terrifying thing to hear 3 hours into a run. I think this character is supposed to die. Oh, please tell me you know, because I don't.
No, I mean, I knew he's supposed to die up in the upcoming fight. I'm just, like, kind of trying to weigh it. It's like the idea from, like, Final Fantasy IV of, okay, managing my party's level-ups with, like, XP and who's in the back row.
Fair.
It's kind of the same thing
Shout
here,
out?
where... Yes.
Sorry.
It's kind of the same here, but I might be the only runner that actually cares about it as much as I do. Pretty much beyond the Roach fight, which is like coming up in about a half hour, or under a half hour. After that, the experience doesn't matter. But I care about it for like, okay, party members need a certain amount of level in order to comfortably and reliably outspeed certain enemies. And I know that, okay, if right here, Bo is level 13, I think, he'll outspeed the upcoming boss.
Okay.
And if Karn is level 15, he can outspeed the Roach boss that's coming up. So I care about my levels insofar as that, and I think Karn just hit level 15.
Did we just kick the fishman out of bed to take his statue?
Yeah.
Why was he sleeping with that?
Like a Snuggie, or like a teddy bear.
I give up. Breath of Fire, stop. You're making my head hurt.
I mean, it's a fish.
That has to be incredibly uncomfortable. Just sleep. It would be one thing if it's a plush, but he's just sleeping with a marble statue. Just imagine rolling onto a marble statue while you're sleeping.
Right? This game is great.
I guess fish are just built different.
Yeah.
That or it's the Manny Manny statue.
That is fair.
Fish's nightmare.
Chat out here trolling me. I
No.
don't sleep with a statue. You are not going to gaslight me. You're the weird one. I'm not weird in this
Hey.
situation.
Hey,
Normally
don't
I
put
am
that
weird, but not in this situation.
Fish and One Piece are definitely built differently.
That is very true. The fish in One Piece are a different breed,
They are.
both literally and figuratively.
Always try to keep your fish in one piece right up until you're ready to serve.
You know what? I didn't really think. I'm not sure if we're facing a pun or if it just went over your head, Ashen.
I mean, I watched the first 100 episodes or so, but
Okay. Oh, I'm the idiot in this situation. Never mind. Watching 100 episodes is more than most people make it.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? We're up to 1,100. Good.
I think it's like at 1,200 episodes.
yeah, it's and not showing any signs of stopping.
Well,
I know that they're
mean,
going to end soon, but
the only downside is like the modern episodes have like 5 minutes of content and 15 minutes of filler.
I'm not thrilled with that.
Filler's good sometimes, but when the ratio of filler to like standard content is like 3/4 to 1/4, you're kind of in a rough spot. Also, Blue. I think Blue might be my favorite character of the series.
Probably mine too.
Very, very iconic, and it is a staple throughout every single one of the games outside of, like, it's Ryu! For the 4th time! Breath of Fire! This is the 4th time you have brought Ryu to show and tell.
My favorite Breath of Fire character is Kat for exactly the same reason that she is one of Blink's least favorite.
I love Kat. I just don't like her as a boss.
Oh,
You also don't like her as an endgame strat.
but you
I
don't
don't like
kicking...
I don't like the enemies. Let's be real here.
I was gonna say, you're not a fan of kicking things in the face with a cat that turns into a horse? That's such a... Man, that's a hard life.
That is
So,
certainly
the
a sentence
endgame-
you just said.
No, come on.
The endgame,
That is a Breath of Fire
Fire.
sentence. Yeah.
The endgame Breath of Fire 2 strat involves Kat, but not for kicking things. Your entire speedrun hinges on whether or not Kat feels like being lucky that day. And your
Not
run
only-
can and will just die if she's in a bad mood.
Yeah, like, she has a high crit rate or miss, and then also if she gets knocked into critical, she de-transforms, which is also dead so. The thing is Breath of Fire is notorious for having non-humanoids is the best way to put it, like fishmen or horsemen or oxmen like we've got here. Cat is a cat person, or I guess a cat girl. Yeah, she's the cat girl on the scale for sure. So at some point you got to put cat is just like one of the cat girls on the cat girl scale. Those who know. Those who don't,
I do
don't
know.
look it up.
I get that.
You are better off not knowing the cat girl scale. But each of the characters can transform into with shamans, and she has a particularly strong transformation, but it turns her into a horse girl instead. But she hits like a horse if she feels like it. As Charles said, and that's the problem. It's just if she feels like it, your run continues.
That is a very reasonable inference. That's actually not what she's for. I won't get into the details because that's not the game we're playing, but Cat isn't for punching things. She actually doesn't attack a single time in the end game. Cat is.
Oh, that's right.
for
She
being
has
fast.
like a... Doesn't she... She has like a jump or a run. mechanic? Am I losing my mind here? I'm losing my mind here.
It's not as specific to cat mechanic, it's just that your odds of running away depend on your character's speed, and cat has most of the speed.
Just all of it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I knew it. I forgot, because casually she's very good at hitting stuff too.
Yes, she is.
Nina has the run mechanic, okay. That's what I was confusing it with.
Yes, Nina's Banish. That was the old speedrun strat. The cat strat is very, very superior.
I mean, the
Except
problem
when
with,
it's
like...
not.
The problem with doing, like, the Banish strat with Nina is you have to go out of your way to get a shaman that's, like, really out of the way, I want to say? Or...
Yep.
Okay.
It is quite out of the way. Also, Nina is slower than most of the enemies in the final dungeon, so you have to sit through enemy attack animations every fight.
Ooh, yeah,
also,
that's right.
Banish just has a chance of failing.
With
Yeah,
the cat
that's-
strat, he's saying, even if you're outspeeding most enemies, there's one enemy you can't outspeed that can be paired with a run-ending enemy.
Yep.
And you also have, like, a subtle, like, really low chance to also fail a runaway.
What, you
Yep.
don't
And
like
it happens to me quite
outsiders?
frequently.
Do you know what we call those, Blink?
What?
Skill issue!
Oh,
Yep.
We're
Getting
Got
an
him.
encounter is getting an encounter is clearly a skill issue. Also,
Yep.
that's I can't believe the game lets you do that.
Yep.
auto end a fight.
I'm just gonna build a dead party. See you later.
Yep.
Huh.
I'm amazed both that it lets you and that there aren't any bugs with it. It actually functions.
I totally forgot to actually swap that marble.
Dude, most games go out of their way to make sure you cannot do that. That is cool.
That this game does allow you?
Yeah.
Yep.
100%. Like, things like that where you have it's a downside that you can't, like, kill your own party, but the fact that you can, like, set an entirely dead party in the game's like, alright, you lose, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
Yep,
The
100%
more
what I
control,
want to do.
the more control you have over a game, I 100% appreciate. Even if it ends up being meaningless or useless, the cool things that the devs let you do that are maybe counterintuitive are always, I think, very important. Money!
Agreed.
At least it actually increases your money, unlike that 100 chest. I find it hilarious that everybody picked up the 100 chest and nobody noticed they were short 100 GP for the longest time.
It was actually weirder. It was 900, so it was actually tangible. Like, how do you not notice that?
It's just, I know money is random, but you're just short nearly 1,000, and you're just like, I mean, I guess it's fair. It's very rare that you sit down and, like, math out what your money should be base, and then be like, wait, I'm short 900 every time.
Yeah.
I guess it for those that have been around for a shorter period in the speedrunning sphere, there was a lot of going off gut or feeling. It seems faster. It feels faster. There was a lot of that back in the day, instead of sitting down with a timer and doing something. It was a very weird time.
It still feels like that sometimes.
It does still happen, but there's usually somebody that goes, "Are you sure about that?"
In comes John Cena.
you gotta be careful. Honestly, like, there are some people that should have your trust, and then there's other people that, like, you should check. Sometimes it turns out that people just show up out of nowhere and drop a massive glitch and then just disappear into the ether. A good example of that's like Mystic Quest with the item duping. Nobody knew about it for the longest time. Some rando in chat mentioned it, and then everybody is like, what? Turns out you could dupe items for the longest time, and it really wasn't even that hard.
Right? This is an auto scroll, so I'm going to do something really quick.
Sure.
This entire sequence is just delightful, old-timey video game logic.
Yep.
Blue essentially Thanos snapped the enemy forces. They're like, only half remain. And here we go. Most scripted fight of the entire run. Right here.
My brain is desperately trying to figure out a joke for the crab boss here, and I got nothing. I feel like there's an easy joke here, but I got nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, that is actually kind of funny that like every one of the bosses is just like, I'm an X in disguise, and you're just like, this is like the fourth one. I'm not surprised anymore.
Mm-hmm. They don't know I live for this.
Think you have a little plot segment coming up? I'm going to take the opportunity to refresh my coffee and splash water on my face and try and survive for another 2.5 hours.
Now's the time to do it.
BRB.
It's a rotating break for all of us.
They're just going to sit here and watch the dialogue play.
Yeah. From Zog!
That is quite the name.
I wonder if it's an actual translation for the name, or they just thought Zog would sound menacing.
I think his name in Japanese is Zorgon.
Oh, that's a shame. I feel like that would have been a real big hit. Zorgon.
But this other character's name, Jade, was actually named Judas in the original Japanese.
Oh! That wouldn't have any implications being translated into English?
I can 100% know why it was changed then. That's like an easy one. Oh no! Biblical reference? Must delete.
Ted Woolsey up to no good again.
Especially in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny thing is like the getting rid of the cross for most of them is like, oh no! Then it turns out that it wasn't even the churches that was an issue. It was the Red Cross being like, yo, stop using our symbol. Yeah, that's another interesting thing too, is like that all the names in here are like 4 letters. But I guess in Japanese, like 4 characters would be more than enough, since most symbols are 2, if not 3 characters. So you could definitely make a more complex name with 4. Meanwhile, in English, 4 characters is barely enough for like 30% of the names out there, if even. No! The E key has been banished to the bottom of the inventory.
To the Shadow Realm with it.
Yep. When the E key falls off, then you just get sad.
You can't play Furelise nearly as well without the E key.
My girlfriend would have loved that joke, by the way.
Yeah, 1 character, 1 syllable. Or 2 letters, usually. Yeah, that is a more correct way to put it now that I think about it. So I always thought about it as like 1 character to like 2 letters rather than syllable, but I guess that is the way. That is the way that it functions.
9.
Zagoon. I guess his name is Zagoon. That's. I guess it depends on how you want to pronounce that. Zugon or Zugoon?
I totally forgot how much I bought now.
Oops. Oh, this is...
I need 5 more, I think. Yeah, that's right.
So what's the difference of effectiveness between a Marble 3 and a Marble 1?
A Marble 1 is a guaranteed critical strike in battle.
Oh! Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Alright, that
Based
explains...
on the price, it's about 100 times more effective and useful than the Marble 3.
Exactly.
I was imagining it lasted for, like, more steps, but I completely forgot it's a guaranteed crit item. Because this is, like, the only game that does that. Any other thing that, like, increases your crit rate is, like, a lingering effect, not a once per, usually. I think there might be a few games, like Breath of Fire, that does it, but most of them are, like, it's X accuracy or X crit or whatever.
Dire hit.
Yeah.
So I'm remembering back to when you did a whole, like, chain of quests to get this ship. And then you sailed it, I don't know, all of 30 feet, and then it was blown up.
Yep.
And now you get to sail around it inside of a fish?
No, I get to, the fish eats me, and we pilot the fish.
Yeah, okay.
Just in there pulling on the uvula.
Think of it like the whale from Final Fantasy IV, now that we're bringing it up again.
Yeah, there you go. It's like, why travel over the ocean when you can travel under the ocean? Or inside the ocean.
Whoops.
We're gonna stop it there for DMCA reasons. No!
I will.
I could ask Plexel. He would 100% know if that gets nuked due to being a Kingdom Hearts runner.
Well, yeah.
Oh, man.
There are definitely a few things that have gotten nuked on our channel, unfortunately, but I'd have to inquire more.
I think for the most part this game is safe, but also I only set it for like 2 seconds, I think, so hopefully not.
Oh yeah, no, that we should be fine. Like that if YouTube's algorithm picks that up, I would both be impressed and infuriated because I would probably expect it to be that bad, but
you know, I have a story about that. Not about YouTube, but about Twitch in particular. I forgot to do something there, too. I played Final Fantasy VI for the first time, like 5 months ago. Because I've always heard it's a good one, and I wanted to save like a really good one for last. And I got my stream muted like a few times because someone someone had done a remix and used the Terra theme, like not the main overworld one, but the one when she like wakes up.
Yeah.
They had done a remix with that theme, and every single time that theme played, or the ship when you're in the world of ruin, I would get my stream muted for like half the stream because I'd be flying around in the airship, and it's like, nope, this person has done remix of this song and it's copyrighted.
Yeah, that is a very big issue with like YouTube and Twitch. It is extremely frustrating that people do that, and I've heard it's a common problem for specific games, unfortunately.
Yeah, like one of the issues, like when you look to appeal it, it even says because the song is in the game is not a reason.
Absolutely absurd. Yeah, the copyright law is rife for abuse, unfortunately. It's something that even our channel can have issues with, and there's not much you can do about it. The worst part is like when it's not even the rights holder, it's just some dude that like remixed the song and it's just decided to hit the claim button on everything for whatever reason. Yep. It's super obnoxious. Luckily, they're starting to add features to like remove the song and other things like that to either keep monetization or remove that claim. It does stink though, because we had a something with that the other day. I think with like our Final Fantasy X. No, it was Chrono Cross. There was a claim on it that we ended up having to mute, which is very obnoxious. And I feel bad for like the viewers too, because outside of our live broadcast, they don't no longer get that full experience now.
Yeah.
And really bad for the runners too, because then they're, you know, all that effort that went into not only attending our event but getting ready for it is been removed. It's very frustrating. Yeah, it's the automation that allows people to just claim stuff randomly, and then you have to like basically be like, yeah, I'm gonna counter soon. It's like, that's a bit of a high bar to ask for. Whoa. Fish! I don't know, man. He does not look like a loan shark to me. It looks like a guppy.
A giant guppy.
Did we give up? We're just going hard on the puns now?
My brain is bork.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I'm just missing the fishing mechanic from Breath of Fire 2, 3, and 4. So, like, I gotta do something with the fish the few moments we have it.
It's interesting for me watching this segment of the game because this is the most radical departure from what the task does. All of this, like, overworld travel to learn the dragons and get the equipment and stuff, we do all of that at the very end of the game.
And more so that is good, because we just don't have resources in the Super Nintendo version to be able to compensate.
Yeah, because what you said, the task has some like really busted equipment, so that would definitely get you the damage that you need to not need to worry about the dragons until it's convenient to get them. Because I think, what is it, good ending is locked behind getting all the dragons anyway for Agni or Finny or whatever it is.
Yep.
Do you make a pizza in this run? No, but with the amount of time we have, we probably could. Unfortunately,
no,
there's no bricks.
That question is aimed directly at me. There's a meme category of Breath of Fire 2 where one of the boss strats is cook a pizza.
What I'm hearing is that when we do
reason.
What I'm hearing is that when we do a Breath of Fire 2 run, we need to have somebody volunteer to have a camera in their kitchen and just be cooking a pizza the entire run.
You can. I'll warn you.
Do not tempt me.
The last time I ran that category, my time was just over 11 hours.
Whew. So, Somebody
think I can
take
get a
their
few
camera
done.
into the back of the Domino's and
I mean, I could actually make the dough with that amount of time. I wouldn't need to just buy it.
The
I wouldn't
rule
enjoy
set
it.
is Breath of Fire 2, good ending, no dragon transformations, no glitches, no bleu, no shaman transformations, no township tenants, and you have to solo fight Barberry.
So Breath of Fire 2, no fun %. Got it.
Yep, all pain
And-
percent.
are all of those
The
things
original
necessary
theme.
in order to do to bake a pizza, or could you like lose some of those and still do pizza?
I mean,
So yeah, if you
can
like do
the
one of them,
pizza,
is that like putting pineapple on the pizza?
the motivation behind the category was basically just ban all of the really good speed tech so that I could show off some other parts of the game that you don't normally get to see in a speedrun.
I have to
So
imagine if you attempt to put pineapple on the pizza, the cook actually burns the pizza.
Yep.
The
Gives you
pineapple
charcoal.
just innately makes the pizza uneatable, so they just forget it's there until it catches fire in the oven. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, this is that one pizza that shouldn't exist. It is cool to have alt categories like that, even if they are slower. I do enjoy like watching more of the fringe parts of the game because like BoF 2 is like a systemically broken game
Yep.
where there is
It sure
there is
is.
a lot of extremely powerful tech in that game, and there's no reason to not do it outside of
The
just
fact-
not doing it.
The fact that that rule set is even possible without intentional grinding is a demonstration of how much wacky tech there is hiding in that game. Because it absolutely
That-
should not be possible.
I'll look
That's
it up
interesting
sometime.
to hear. Because usually with a lot of like restrictive categories like that, you either need to grind or try and find a lucky drop or steal or something
Nope.
like that.
We
Yeah,
do it
Charles-
au naturel.
Charles here has to keep the Nintendo Switch 2 stapler next to him in order to keep that game from falling apart.
You know, I saw that pop up on my YouTube right before we started the stream, and I'm just like, what the heck? Nope, no, I don't need to reduce brain cells today. I'm just gonna ignore that this exists and act like I never saw the video. And it looks like
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh.
Yeah, Tiny.
Yep.
uh
I love this segment.
Is this the only area in the game that they made the textures this detailed?
Yeah.
we
That
just
one
randomly went from 1 pixel to 1/4 of a pixel? Neat. I don't even know how to interact with this.
I will give this to Breath of Fire's 1, 2, and 3 at least. I don't know enough about 4 and 5 to say, but they have some really creative ideas, and I appreciate it.
Series
4
tech
has some moments.
Like the
What were you
opening
saying?
sequence when Ryu is naked.
They do enjoy their naked Ryu a little bit too much.
Wait, is that in
I-
4 as well? Because that's how 3 starts.
Yeah. Nina, I think, runs you over with like a sand flyer, which
Ooh,
breaks
right.
it, and you're like naked in a hole. She's like, oh my.
It's just like, can you put some clothes on, please?
Yeah. 4 is very interesting. Wait, what? The roaches? If roaches got back up after I killed them, I would ask
Oh,
for a
man.
refund on my spray.
Oh,
No!
man! Uh-oh. That's a...
Welcome to the slam. It's time to jam.
Yep.
Ow!
So about that,
9.
You should-
9.
you should consider speedrunning Breath of Fire 2. The second boss is a giant roach. When
Yeah,
he
I've,
dies, he has a chance to not die. Indefinitely.
Everything about that makes me upset.
I want to say I've gotten trolled by that casually, and it's gotten up like 4 or 5 times, and I was just like, I know you're supposed to die. What? Unfortunately, that was not
I have a
on
snake
stream.
girl. Thank you.
My brother holds the world record for roach get-ups at 12.
That sounds like a.
That was the one and only time he attempted to stream a speedrun of Breath of Fire 2. He got to the roach, got bodied 12 times, and just gave up.
That's like a Dompe world record. Like, both it's one you want, but you also don't want.
Okay, that got kind of
Yeah.
scary. If
This game-
that last turn they both focus on Ryu, he could have died.
Yeah, this series has a thing with, like, roaches, too. Why? No.
They're in every game.
They are.
I don't know about 5, but they are in every game.
Yeah, Breath of
I wanna
Fire games are a
see-
little buggy.
Did one of the developers / the director live in a really, really
Sorry,
cheap
Sid.
apartment for a while?
I don't know, maybe he just played too much Yu-Gi-Oh! And Max C scarred him for life.
I get
know
that reference.
Yeah.
My Yu-Gi-Oh career began with starter deck Yugi and ended with the first ban list. If I can't play with my Chaos Emperor Dragons and Yatagarasus, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I pulled the Yada after it got banned, and I was kind of annoyed. Emperor is an interesting one too. The only problem is, like, now they brought some of them back, but they've errated it, so like they're just straight up unusable. And it's like these weren't even broken in the modern meta. This is just obnoxious.
Modern Yu-Gi-Oh is so comically power crept to heck.
If it doesn't
Yep.
end in one turn, it wasn't a Yu-Gi-Oh game.
You mean a 45-minute one turn?
Well, that's if you don't surrender. It'll be 45 minutes if you refuse to give up, but 90% of the people will get 5 minutes in and they're like, yeah, I'm good. You win.
See,
Bullshit.
the gentleman's card game is you and I both have 8 islands and a hand of 7 counter spells, and we are just staring at each other until the shop closes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magic is... Magic
Flashing
is
light
an
warning, by the way.
interesting experience, too. Yeah, that's one way to look at Yu-Gi-Oh!
Nice land.
Oh, cool. I love how the dragon attack is now casting lightning on yourself. How does it damage the enemy?
Yeah, it's a weird quirk of the animation. What's cool about it is that the animation is so fast. It's speedrun efficient.
Are we going to be using that a lot?
Yes.
Quite a bit.
So we probably
We
do
went-
need a flashing light warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went minutes out of our way to pick up that dragon as early as possible.
Yeah. Anybody that's sensitive to flashing lights, sorry about that. You kind of get caught up in the flow of things.
I will say not every fight uses that, but basically 90% of the rest of the bosses are going to have that. Thankfully, the Nintendo Switch version of the game, I think, did actually fix having that flashing on the spell.
Yeah, that's the kind of like modern tweaks I'm 100% behind. Getting rid of things that
Yep.
keep people from being able to play the game or are straight up dangerous to health conditions. So I'm prone to migraines too, and like that kind of stuff on the wrong day, that'll put me in the right back in bed from a migraine. Ugh.
Oh, right in the kisser.
And if anybody has migraines, you know. You just you
Yep.
know. calling it a headache is very charitable.
Yep. Arn is actually pretty healthy here. It's a little annoying. Oh, nice fly.
Just before we leave the card game subject, Sandwich Ked referenced Stasis Chronotog deck. I counter offer with Lantern Control in Modern. That is Magic at its peak, and it will never be reached again.
Yeah, my experience with Magic is like probably from 2000s, 2010 at like the latest. Mainly like just
Nice.
the Breakneck Black, where it's like you either like channel your life, all 19 of your life into one shot, or like Stompy Green, freaking
Classics.
Yup. Control Blue and just like Burn Red. You either draw enough burn spells and land, or you don't and you die. Well, I'll be paying to get my Hammer of Burgadon back, and I'm going to keep flinging my Hammer of Boogers at you until you die.
I got so disturbed from that amount of words that was said. And of boogers? Jesus.
Yeah, it's Hammer of Bargadon, but Hammer of Boogers is just a little bit funnier, so decided to pepper up the joke a bit.
The only thing I really know about Magic the Gathering is Demonic Tutor.
So some of the cards are infamous. I mean, being able to just pick a card out of your deck is pretty good.
I would say
Orion
so.
300 giving a shout out to the lands decks, and I will confess having a soft spot for lands decks.
Yeah, the early game had some pretty interesting insta-win mechanics, that's for sure. Love that we've reached like 3.5 hours and we've finally just cracked and started talking about whatever we feel like.
Yeah,
I think we've been doing that since the beginning of the run, honestly.
we're
Don't
getting
tell
further
them
and further
that.
afield.
We're straying further and
we-
further from the speed run.
I have certainly discussed most of my underground Breath of Fire tech.
Yeah, so I guess if magic is static, that makes blue kind of bad in this game, huh?
At least she learns a new spell every level or two. It still doesn't scale anywhere near as well as dragons or physical attacks, but it's something. It's better than bow.
Yeah,
So dragons-
later on she'll get some spells that are going to hit for like 300, 400 to every enemy.
Nice, nice. So the dragons scale off of physical or magic?
Nothing,
damage.
they're static.
Oh, they're static too? Okay.
Mhm.
I guess just
Specifically the lightning dragon.
Gotcha. Interesting. Did not realize everything was just... yeah, mm-hmm. Ashen, I think we need to remove somebody else from this call. I'm gonna punish you. Get out of my...
No,
What's
dang
interesting-
why?
What's interesting is that even though they are flat damage, they still benefit from elemental modifiers.
Yep.
Nothing like multiplying flat numbers.
Yep. And
Exactly.
also, they still count as regular attacks, so even though they aren't physical, they can crit. Which is also nice.
Oh, I guess those are like the three things that fool you into thinking the numbers are actually random unless you're paying 100% attention. Neat. I guess it does get a bit obvious when everything like ends in 0 just perfectly. You're like, wait a minute. Well, see you later, Karn.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
it's
though, I
entirely
would say
picked up.
elements in this game are weird rather than outright broken. Like, the Tier 2 dragons in Breath of Fire 2 are literally broken. They don't do elemental damage when they're probably supposed to.
I love when you hear that with an old game. It probably is supposed to do this, but it doesn't.
The game is now starting to give us a lot of life twos, so we have a very safe run at this point.
Good to hear.
I was considering burning one earlier, because Life 2 basically works like a revive plus full heal and full mana. And I was like, like I'd be burning my one safety right now for later, but now I have like too much. I'm just going into this guy's house to find the flute in his bed.
As
Don't ask why it's there. I mean, if we thought the statue was weird...
I do like the sort of mad scientist vibe that Blue has in this game.
How so?
I mean, you need her help defeating an armada, so she just summons a typhoon bug. She's trying to heal this guy and accidentally turns him into a monster instead. She casts her random spell in Dunland and just blows up half the castle.
Okay, Nina's level 15. We're in a good position now. So, I like having Cura 3 here, because there are going to be certain points in the game, as we get to, like, some of the later bosses, where having Cure 3 as a heal for, let's say, Moat, for instance. He's the boss that's, like, 3 or 4 bosses away. Having Cure 3 is really nice, because it's a really big heal, and Ox is used up during that fight in one of our transformations, so we don't have him available. Yeah, thank you for the tier 1 subscription on the RPG Limit Break channel. And the comment says, why is the first thing I hear is Sid talking about boogers? That's just the kind of commentary that comes with Breath of Fire, I guess. Okay, he outspeeds. Nice. She's down.
The sacrificial snack.
Sometimes she can survive that hit. Probably have Ox starting to hit. That's not good. Hi, Ox.
I do appreciate that this is a horned toad, but it looks a little bit more demonic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think it's the very human mouth. Most toads don't have a mouth that looks like, just an evil man's mouth.
Yeah. Wait, it's probably the claws, too. It's all the spiky.
Ooh.
Uh,
That was
This is a
spicy.
nice death warp.
Yep.
I didn't think that was going to kill, honestly.
Nice. That's actually really clean. I think I spent an entire weekend trying to optimize the Tass's Death Warp setup on that fight.
Mouth reminds me of Aku from Samurai Jack. Nice pick.
hmm.
Also, if you guys have not heard, cue Epic World Map theme. We'll get more of it later.
So, of all the stats, I did notice you are getting luck. Does luck actually do anything in this game? Because I know it is
Yes.
a very cursed stat that often does absolutely nothing.
I was going to let you run the reins on that one, Charles.
Okay. Well, I know it affects your crit rate. That's the thing I care about. I don't know off the top of my head if it affects your odds of having an attack miss you.
I think it's the counter. The counter's the other
Okay. Crit and counter? Yeah.
one. Yeah, your counter attack.
Yeah, the other day I've been running PK Scramble and found out that apparently the luck actually controls accuracy, and I'm like, excuse me? What?
Honestly, there's other things about Earthbound that just baffle me.
The game is full of what moments. And it's not even just the way that it functions, just the game in general is like that.
It is actually noticeable, or at least it was noticeable to me making the task that luck actually matters. Karn has a significantly higher than average luck gain, and he also was having a significantly higher crit rate than Ryu.
So is Breath of Fire 1 one of those games that has just been figured out by brute force rather than
Yes.
actual mechanical knowledge?
Yep.
Because I know a lot of these games have either been decomped or they RAM watched or whatever different thing and figured out.
There has been
actually.
some code investigation, but a lot of it is trial and error.
Interesting. It's very interesting to hear that it's gotten to this point where it's been figured out more or less by brute force.
A non-trivial part of that is the fact that I do not speak to the machines. I cannot read any of this, and
Yeah.
I made the tasks, so
I don't speak
I needed
bebop.
answers. Yeah. It means that for a lot of stuff, I don't actually know how something is coded, but I can describe how it functions.
One of the people in the community is also part of the ROM hacking community, so they provide some knowledge. But otherwise, most of the actual speedrunners just brute force what they learn into the game.
If anybody knows Nitrodon, Nitrodon is great. But most of his contributions were for Breath of Fire 2, rather than Breath of Fire 1. A lot of what we know about Breath of Fire 2's inner workings are because of Nitrodon. including a full AI script for every enemy in the game, and boy howdy, are some of them definitely working, but not as intended.
An enemy script. That's like forbidden knowledge in like the worst way. You're just like, oh, so I'm just gonna die half the time. Neat.
Yep. Or an enemy who has 4 different spell lists, varying in level of threateningness, that he's intended to like use the more threatening spell list as he gets closer to dead. But he accidentally doesn't compare his current HP to his max HP. He compares his current HP to your max HP, and consequently just always uses his most threatening spell list anytime he is below full AP.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
That is just the best.
I'm probably going to go out of my way to buy some extra marbles later. So, part of the next few bosses are going to be done in a way that I don't normally route it, just because we're kind of in a marathon setting.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll play it extra safe by using extra marbles.
So Marble 3 pretty much deletes the encounter for a certain amount of steps. Marble 1 gives you guaranteed crit. What does Marble 2 do then?
Marble 2 is a broken item. And when I mean broken, I mean like programmably broken.
Hmm.
So there's only one of it in the game that I know of. It's an item that you find in one of the dragon shrines. And essentially it works like a coin flip critical strike, and it can't be used in dragon forms or transformed forms.
Interesting.
In other words, it's just strictly worse than a Marble 1, but I think it also sells for a lot of money, right?
Yep, it sells for more than you would get from a Marble 1, so you can buy multiple Marble 1s with it.
Yep.
That actually makes me wonder what the code looks like. I feel like there's more that probably is supposed to take place. It just doesn't activate.
Sorry, 1 second. What is happening on screen right now?
Dance party, dude.
A kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle, as one of our lead investigators is, what's it?
They're taking care of the boss fight for us.
Mm-hmm.
Also, your whole party just came out of that one bed. That's interesting.
Yep. It's kind of like to the same level of like FF7, where your entire party comes out of one polygon. Did you actually know? Actually, speaking of FF7, did you know that there was deleted content where Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge were going to do that? They were like, hey, that looks really cool, we should try it. And then they try to walk into each other.
Oh, the fusion dance? Yeah. I've been watching the last Elixir production stuff is really cool. I haven't watched that entire video yet. There's so many things that they're like, no, we're not doing that. We can't do that.
So
That's enough.
this isn't relevant for RTA because we have Marble 3s to turn off random encounters anyway, but in the tasks, where we don't bother with Marble 3s, we just manip to not get fights, we run into this funny little non-advertised mechanic where the gown that is Blue's starting armor quietly multiplies the random encounter rate by 16. Just sky-high random encounter rate, but only when she's in the front of the party. So when we get to this point in the task, we actually have to do a menu to swap a Blue back out of the first position where the game has defaulted to putting her after the cutscene in Tunlin.
Which you could do with the warp menu.
Yep.
I'm speechless. The look I just gave was Wow. 16 times. I didn't mishear
Yep.
you?
Correct. That little bit of knowledge was passed to me by Landy, who is another one of the Breath of Fire community members. So that's
I
an
knew that
example of the kind of thing that wasn't
Yeah.
known when the original TAS was made in 2011. So the old TAS actually buys some Marble 3s to use specifically in this area because they didn't know what was causing the higher random encounter rate. They just used marbles to turn it off.
And I knew of the item doing that. I just didn't know that that was Blue's default armor piece. Because likewise, there are other items in the game that do the opposite of like reducing your encounter rate by like 16 times or something like that.
That is such a criminal thing to do as a developer and not have that like as the item's description. The least you could do is be like a very alluring garment that attracts more enemies.
Something
Or
like that.
literally just it attracts enemies. Oh, okay. Even though like attracts enemies at a 16 times rate, I would say is a very, very hard underplay. Wow, that's evil.
This screen also just randomly has shortcuts.
Oh, I totally forgot to marble there. Oh, this is gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna burn some steps.
Most of these little skeleton tiles are impassable terrain. Link is just walking over the shortcuts that you can pass through.
The few that are passable terrain.
Mm-hmm. I needed to use a
Luckily-
marble there because we are gonna death warp right after this cutscene.
But you needed to make sure you didn't get into an encounter until after it, yeah.
But also, I need to make sure that the marble runs out so that I can actually get a fight.
The little steam geysers, or whatever those are supposed to be, in that screen damage you if you walk into one. And I had the idea of maybe I could use that to help set up a death warp for the TAS. Blink actually has 4 characters dead, because he had time to do that. The TAS is winning its boss fights too quickly. I couldn't have all 4 people dead, so I thought maybe I can get somebody to 1, and then I can kill them off that way. That might work. Not only does it not work, the geyser will not kill your party member if they have 1 HP, but in fact, if you walk into a geyser with a party member who has 0 HP in the lead, it will revive them to 1.
It doesn't revive them per se, but it sets their health to
Well,
1.
Yeah, they are knocked out with 1 HP, which is extremely weird.
Neat.
Yeah, that's a really funny thing.
Just old programming jank that has existed since the dawn of time.
Okay, we're gonna get the auto death.
I mean, with a lot of these old games, there weren't as many easy ways to check or a lot of QA checks that were knowing to look for specific interactions, since it was just barely beginning. It definitely like feels like the devs didn't know what they were doing, but it's just like they just didn't know what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
And a lot of oversights happened because they just didn't know, oh yeah, I need to check to make sure that this crit works. You know?
Yeah, like on the one of the previous bosses.
Like, I also feel like the boss getting the crit thing probably shouldn't be a thing, and it's just like the way that they wrote it applies to bosses too, and they didn't think to not have that work. So write it specifically so it only applies to the party.
Yago says, does Blue's portrait look like it could be Ryu's mother to anyone else? To that, I say there are an entire genre of responses I could say to that, and none of them are suitable for this channel.
Oh gosh.
It is an interesting question. The Breath of Fire, like, larger lore is very vacuous outside of very specific things that are, like, actually, you know, written into the game. The rest of it, like, most of it's not even hinted at. It's just kind of like, yeah, well, whatever your headcanon is, have fun.
Yeah, the Breath of Fire games are more interrelated than something like Final Fantasy, but still not much. Like, there's a couple references to things from other games, so they're meant to be in the same universe, kind of, but there's so few details that it could fit together in hundreds of different ways.
Yeah. Like, truthfully, this game is, like, the games in the series are not continuous whatsoever. But they have allusions to some of the previous games that you get a better experience just from playing them all in order.
Yeah, like, the stories are loosely enough connected that it does add to it, but you're not strictly missing much one way or the other. There are just maybe a few things that are talked about that you're like, huh, what? And then it just turns out that it's a mild thing.
Like, both Breath of Fire 2 and 3 are direct sequels to this game without connections really to each other. But they do both talk about the stuff going on in Breath of Fire 1.
I think, like, the biggest link between 1 and 2 is that the Nina in 2 is the descendant of, I want to say the Nina from this game, who marries outside of the Bird Clan, and therefore Lewis loses the ability to transform. So it has story implications, but it's few and far in between things like that for the most part.
The other and arguably more plot-relevant link between Boff 1 and Boff 2 is that the final evil demon god in Breath of Fire 2 is supposed to be the spawn left behind by the goddess of Breath of Fire 1.
Ooh, that's something I didn't remember. Okay, yeah, that's like the...
It's explained in, like, the history dump when you get to the Dragon Town at the very end of the game.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
The game just doesn't want me to finish, man.
Excuse me.
I can't burn another one. This is gonna now take a while.
We're gonna do this live.
Somebody put a tick under the "that's never happened before" column.
This actually happened to me in one of the practice sessions. But the thing was that it happened really late into the fight. Look at him, he's not even shocking anymore.
Yep.
He's like, I've done
It's
my
okay,
job.
Karn's got you.
Not anymore, he doesn't. No, never mind.
Oh, okay.
4 shocks in the fight. That's incredible.
Yeah, he does not normally cast this spell this often.
Such is the RPG cycle. It is fun until it isn't. I guess he just really doesn't like Ryu. Must be dragon phobic. That's kind of fucked up. I think we do need to kill this dude.
Yeah.
This is like the only thing I remember about like Breath of Fire 1 is like just blindly flailing at a empty HP bar and hoping it dies. I don't even mind like the revival phase. I just hate that we don't know what the HP is.
It's an interesting idea. I think Breath of Fire 2's implementation is more casual player friendly, where just the bosses have a big question mark for a health bar from the start. It's much more clear what's going on. Even though functionally it's more or less the same thing.
It sucks that Karn's getting a ton of slams, but it's...
Yeah, that
into
was
the
tragic.
movements. I'm trying to think what I'm going to do here to revive Rio.
Rain Dance?
No, I mean after the fight, because he's still going to be dead.
I mean, it's like Death Warp, right? Is your only option, but
I can go to Drogon. No, I have Marble
yeah.
Steps right now. Oh, there it goes. Oh, no, okay.
Still going. You are headed to Spring after this?
Yeah.
You can probably sleep at the inn in Spring.
Yeah, I probably can do that. I was
Well,
thinking
I mean,
of going to Drogon with Warp.
Nothing can
Or
be
can't.
worse than getting trolled by a sand lion for 15 minutes, so... Shoutouts
Or
to Zig.
trolled by Chocobo rewards for 7 hours.
Yeah, that's
Oh, oops.
your personal suffering.
Hey!
Hey, ho ho!
It's
Go
kind of
me.
funny how that boss can be such a jerk and yet also so non-threatening that you can just auto-battle him to death even after he kills Ryu twice.
It's so annoying, but obviously it's like a run death from the point of view of like time loss.
I mean, the other part of the showcase too is like it does kind of showcase the reality of the situation. Some of these runs are just not that friendly.
PD Rich, Nina would learn Renew at 17.
Yep.
70?
No, 17.
No.
17,
17.
okay. I was like, I don't remember it being that late. What?
No.
I'd be like, look, man, I knew I was defending the devs a minute ago, but I don't think I can do that anymore. Your revive spells at level 70. It's criminal behavior.
Although on the subject of Nina and learning late spells, there's a very little known and basically irrelevant but also very funny thing in Breath of Fire 2. Nina's spell list includes most damaging spells in the game, from start to finish. But what a lot of people don't know is that actually, if you keep on leveling her well past the point where you'd normally end the game, like, her spell list, you think, should cap out at level 36 when she learns Bolt X, which is the strongest spell in the game. But actually, if you keep on leveling her, then at levels 55, 56, and 57, she learns Fireball, Bomb, and Missile, 3 of the only damaging spells she was missing. They are completely irrelevant at that level. They would have been completely irrelevant even 20 levels prior. But she learns them, technically.
I seem to like vaguely recall knowing that for some reason, or like experiencing it myself, or grinding her level that high and then being like, "What?
Yep.
Why did we just learn that?"
But the only reason to ever do it is just so that you could say you did.
The funniest part is like having Bolt X and then these 3 useless spells behind it. Like,
I mean, Bomb in particular, like, Sten's second spell of the game.
well, I mean, you said it right there.
Outscaled by almost
It's
everything.
Sten's spell, so it's got to be awful.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a live Ryu now.
What a reversal of fortune. Is missing out on that EXP going to be a big problem?
Nah.
Okay.
The dragon damage is fixed, so at this point his strength doesn't matter. And even if he's a level down, it's only a few points of health and a couple points of defense. It's not a big deal.
Yep, exactly what Charles is saying.
And it is super not a big deal for the final boss gauntlet, because you have Agni.
Mm-hmm.
So we dug into a underground chamber marked by a dragon head, and it teaches Karn a fusion.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure that I'm not like losing my eyesight or something.
And now he's doofing.
Oof. Doof it up, boys.
Oh, I went to the wrong area. Let's have her do it. I needed to go to Gust first. So we're back in this town because there's a stack of crates you can't move unless you're in the doof form.
Mm-hmm.
And underneath is this earth robe, and it's really helpful because it's the only item in the game that is only usable by Ryu, but allows him to absorb all magic attacks and heal.
That's pretty handy.
Mm-hmm. That was a really good menu. Oh, but I missed something in the menu.
Well,
I can fix it for the next menu, though.
that was a good menu. Oh wait, I forgot something.
Yeah, it's not like...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. It was, so I duped you guys. I was like,
Yeah.
man, that menu was so beautiful and fast, but then I forgot something.
Such is the duality of speedrunning, yeah.
I just wanted that item a little bit higher, because we're going to use it on this next fight. And also get rid of the root, because we don't actually need it. Like, we need it, but it's a story item that has no use to us in normal circumstances. Well of the Slums, I highly recommend you take a look into it. It's a really fun game casually, and a pretty tame speedrun for the most part. Obviously, the faster you go, the more frustrating it'll be, like any speed game, but that's just any speed game in general.
Yeah. In terms of gameplay, I would definitely recommend the Breath of Fire series. 1 is a bit unique on its own. 2 is a little bit closer to the standard fare, but still has its own flavor. And 3 and 4 are very similar. So if you like 3, you're definitely going to like 4.
No, they're still on there.
This tower is another fascinating choice by the developers. You just have room after room that is just a big old empty rectangle.
Yep.
Spazilla, opinions are not uniform, but I think it's safe to say that Breath of Fire 3 has the most people who would call it their favorite out of the 5.
Yeah.
But each one of the games has its own supporters.
Honestly, I think like outside of Dragon Quarter, Breath of Fire is the series that has like the most kind of bleed over between the runners, but like 3 and 4 are usually the same people, and 1 and 2 tend to have the same people that enjoy playing them.
However, I will say, Dragon Quarter is probably a game that modern people would like, given it's kind of like a roguelite.
My main memory of Dragon Quarter is mashing through dialogue and being like, oh, what's the D counter do? And then grinding it up to 100% only to lose after a few days of like saving and grinding it, saving it, grinding it. And be like, okay, this isn't the game for me once it killed me.
Yep. The one game where it requires you to be very strategic about your dragon uses, otherwise you lose.
Yeah, but like I generally, people do have their tend to their favorites. I think like 2 and 3 are the ones that are usually more generally liked, but the entire series is very good. I think playing the game and then making the decision on your own is the best part. Yeah, I guess Dragon that is an interesting way to put it. Dragon Quarter was a roguelike that just needed more development. I think the other problem too is it's like the first roguelike, or very close to the very beginning of them coming out, before that genre had been established, so nobody was ready for playing something like that. Because like that was a very unique play style that people had to get accustomed to. It's like one of those. This was before its time, unfortunately.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to marble in this room. With taking that marathon safe statue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We did mention it earlier, but I figure it's worth cycling back to now that we're a little bit later as well. One of the things I've been discussing with iblink is trying to get a Breath of Fire relay actually going. Ideally, we'll get it going in this next November, but we are looking for Dragon Quarter runners since it is a topic we're currently discussing. So if anybody does know runners or is considering running it, there may be a very good reason to do so in the near future.
The run is also, while it may be a little bit complex at first, because it's more of like a 3D action game too. It's actually a really short run. Like, most of the runs are typically about an hour, 10 minutes to an hour and a half most.
Yeah. I want to say there's a very good one from one of our, very good run of Dragon Quarter from one of our previous events that does a pretty good job explaining what's going on. Not sure how good it would be for learning the run, but you'd be surprised. Marathon runs can be very useful.
Rexton has a YouTube tutorial on it, and it's not that long, and it's actually very descriptive. It has like enemy patterns and different types of spawns that you can get.
Ooh. That's actually super cool to know.
Yeah.
So this upcoming boss is neat. At least for task reasons, he's neat.
Oh, well, I'm interested to hear.
He has this weird, like, pixelated sprite thing that does a like random rainbow animation when he moves. Now, the way I described the random number generator earlier in the stream is that for the most part, the RNG just updates every frame and you can't do random controller mashing to affect it. But the RNG is affected every time it is called. And to generate this guy's sprite, the game has to call RNG. So it's the only fight in the game where starting the fight a frame later results in completely different RNG. In any other fight, starting the fight a frame later is just equivalent to waiting one frame at the start of the fight. But this one, I could like look for a specific result, and if I didn't find it, then I could just go back, start the fight a frame later, and get completely fresh RNG. And so I was able to hyper-optimize this fight in a way that was not possible anywhere else in the game. Just because of his weird sprite.
Okay.
Science.
My brain is just kind of stuck on the fact that we're like fighting a literal censored boss.
Yep. So what's actually going on here is he starts with sky high magic resist. And after he takes 15 physical hits, he gains sky high physical defense and drops his magic defense.
That's more or less the same as the dragon at the end of the Karnak ruins from 5. Interesting.
You can tell that his magic shield is down and his physical shield is up when you get the completely unpixelated sprite.
We're fighting against glaucoma right now.
Okay, good. Good it was that one. So, 6, 7... I'm doing this a little early, but the fight is getting a little scary with Karn being that low.
And he's just like an actual truck. He just keeps running over your party.
Yeah. 9...
Tangentially related to the task optimization thing is also this guy has one of the slowest attack animations in the game. So it was worth me taking several days, pulling out every trick in the book and inventing a couple new ones just to somehow save a turn cycle.
I see. This is definitely a sprite of all time, or a boss of all times. Yeah, actually, I guess it is a pretty long animation from going. Oh, it's because of the color change before he like runs you over.
Yeah,
exactly. That is 12, I think. I think it might have burned my marble. It did. He only did 12. That's really annoying.
Yeah, because you missed out on your crit and got nothing for it.
It also messes with the pixel setup.
Oh.
That's not good either.
It's fine. We'll just figure out the frame for the crits. Get in there, buddy. I trust you. Inferno. Okay. So does he like
it's
bounce
over.
back and forth between the like physical and magical shield as you hit with
Yep.
magic?
And Blink
Ah.
was juggling it so that the dragon attack was always going into the physical shield since it bypasses it.
Interesting.
It's one of the more
That's-
creative bosses of this game.
Yeah, I really can't think of a boss that kind of like ping pongs between two different defenses like that. And there's a very clear indicator of it rather than just like you need to know. Well, I mean, as much as being pixelated is indicative of like being weak to physical or magic, but hey.
You're right.
Beating out Mystic Quest for the most sprites for one boss fight.
I think there's a random battle in Final Fantasy IX that has that mechanic. If I'm remembering right, it's in Kuja's villa when like Dagger and Co are trying to escape. That's the only example I can think of.
Oh yeah, yeah. In Kuja's palace, the enemies that flip flop, they look like
Yeah.
beads or something.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear that, because 9 does a little bit of everything. It
9
does
is a
it
great
well.
game. I should play it again.
Yeah.
I think I don't have my rod on.
It has definitely been one of those things where I'm like, man, I really hope they actually remake this, like everybody keeps saying. That'd be neat.
I admit I'm in my old man yells at cloud era. I will just play the originals. I don't need remakes or remasters or rejiggers or re-releases. I already have an FF9 disc and a PS2. They still work fine.
Yeah, because I mean, like, 9 doesn't really, like, suffer from some of the stuff that 7 does. Honestly, like, both can exist at the same time. There's really no reason to, like...
Oh, sure.
For me, like, I can understand not liking the remake Rebirth, or the remake 7 remake story. It's kind of does some goofy stuff, but it doesn't have to delete the other one. I always look at it in, like,
of all of the like recent like re-releases, the 7 is the only one that I actually have enough interest in that I might play it someday because there is a bunch of genuinely new content in it. Like
Yeah.
the pixel remasters of the older Final Fantasy games, I am not interested.
There's the pixel remasters are like frustrating too because they're pretty decent remakes, but then again they also be like, oh yeah, well, that bonus content that was there, we're removing that because it shouldn't have been there. Oh, cool.
I would prefer if it had an option where you could play the original music.
That's another one
then,
too.
And then I would say that, like, it's a fine remake, but
There are definitely some things that are wrong with them. Honestly, it's just more so that it's like, for me, it's that it's easily available to a modern audience, so that when you're like, oh, you should play Final Fantasy IX, and then they boot it up, at, well, like, assuming there's a PC release, and it looks the way it does, and then people just bounce off it, and it's like, dude, this is a good experience, you should play it. Sometimes you just can't convince people. The quality of life having voice acting, though, so you can just zone out and let the actors read to you, is something I really do appreciate, though.
I mean, that's kind of what's happening with me right now. I'm kind of zoning out and letting the actors in the background explain everything to me about life.
Nice.
I mean, listening to me for like 4 hours will do that to you. It does tend you to just...
Wait, Blink, are you going to use my route? It's 3 frames faster.
I don't know how to do it.
I love doing that to a runner. Be like, hey, do the thing. And they're like, what thing? Like, do the thing. I don't know how to do the thing. What thing?
Yeah, so the next floor up is one of these huge teleporter mazes. And just because of the way that teleport animation plays, I found a different route that the one Blink uses, which is the same number of teleports and the same number of tiles of walking, but it ends up being 3 frames faster, just because of slight animation differences. It is not that critical, but I'm going to tease him about it anyway.
Isn't that a tasser's job to tell RTA
Absolutely.
It's like,
What
is
a tasser
right.
even for?
Yeah.
If not the hassle RTA runners over the most completely irrelevant nonsense.
Yeah, back when I was more deep into the Mega Man X community, a couple of people I knew were like really high tier runners, and one of them was Hetfield 90, who was pretty good RTA, but also revolutionized a lot of like the X2, X3 tasses and optimized them a lot more than they were. Turns like X2, every one of the Mega Man X games has a secret special move if you complete certain conditions, which is usually 100%ing the game. X1 you get a Hadouken, which will one-shot an enemy. X2 you get a Shoryuken, which does like half a boss's HP bar, and then like 8 damage after. So like if you hit an enemy for 3 frames, it gets insta yanked. Yeah. And then for 3 you get Zero Saber. But with X2, the default category was always getting the Shoryuken because it was faster. Because, you know, it turns out just completely deleting all of the 8 Mavs again and the final bosses is quicker than getting all the garbage in the game to get said item. I always messed up the Shoryuken input, so I ended up, okay, forget this. I'm just going to do no Shoryuken. And the payout to this story is Hetfield ended up looking into it, and it turns out that's the faster route for a tool-assisted run.
I love it.
It's slightly faster. Go ahead.
We had something very similar happen in Breath of Fire 2 RTA. We had a route that cooked up a whole bunch of the most powerful AP restoring items so that we could spam Ryu's strongest dragon spell to defeat the final boss. And I think it was MCon who was the 90% world record holder for years before I finally nicked it off him by about 15 seconds. And he just some point had the idea, you know what, this dragon animation really sucks. And cooking all these wise balls takes a long time. What if we just attack him with a sword? And yeah, it's not just faster, it's comically faster. It's like obviously faster by minutes.
Well, I mean,
and yes, somehow it took us collectively years to notice.
When you do the cooking, don't you also have the chance of burning it too? So, like, it can end up taking longer than it should. Okay.
Yep.
So it's an RNG roll on each and every one. Yeah, because I can't remember the runner, but when they first discovered the ability to get into the dev room from battle mode warping, while they were still figuring out how battle mode warping was getting them into the dev room, the one runner that was doing it was like, "Oh, I'm getting Gill Toss, and I'm gonna grind up throw into Gill Toss and just Gill Toss Sephiroth," and I'm like, dude, you're like level 50 plus. Get double cut. And just use double cut. And it turns out that was similar. It's much faster. Turns out 499 swings versus 199 swing with a really annoying animation is indeed quicker. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Uh-oh.
I put the wrong marbles.
Oh. My brain, I saw the other marble 3s. I'm like, do we not have enough marble 3s? Oh, no.
No, I
Blink
moved the
lost
wrong
his
marbles.
He's lost his marbles.
I have a copious amount of them.
Okay,
imagine-
I just have to ask. Chat, am I the only person who always thinks of the Robin Williams Hook movie anytime we say the word marbles?
You are absolutely not, because I had the same thing.
I still need to see that. There's
is
so many
very
old
good.
movies.
Rufio!
Rufy! Oh! What a good
I'm so happy I run this show. Ugh. This is too much fun for one person to have. Ugh. I gotta love how the Karn fusion is literally too wide to walk down hallways.
Yep.
Just imagine him like scraping the shoulder pauldrons on the wall.
Yep. Or him just doing like the awkward sideways shuffle while everybody walks casually behind him.
Just like at a slight angle of like 10 degrees.
Yeah.
It's just he's
His model
crab
also
shuffling.
skips leg day.
Also noting that apparently the game wasn't content with you going through this teleporter maze once, so they had to send
Yep,
you back
you get to
outside and
do
make
it
you do
again.
it twice.
They put
They
a
almost
lot of work
considered
in
a
this.
third time.
I will have you know they spent literally minutes working on this, so you must do it multiple times. It's a completely untrue statement that is unfounded with any fact. I am just being facetious. I'm glad that somebody else was on the same boat with me on that one.
I love that we actually get sent back here a third time, but the devs decided that no, maybe 3 was too much, so you can skip the files.
Please
Because
tell
that
me
means that they made a conscious decision that, yeah, 2 is acceptable.
And please tell me that room, like, they just removed all the tiles for the third trip, and you just walk through this big empty room with nothing.
No, it teleports you to the end of that room, just before the stairs.
It would be so much funnier if just the tiles were gone and it's this
Yeah.
big empty room you could just walk through at your own leisure.
But you still have to
I
walk
will
through all
say-
the other layers? Or teleport through
No,
all
it
the other
teleports
layers?
right there.
Oh, okay.
Having to go through that maze twice is not the most egregious do it again in the game. That is still coming. You haven't yet met the elevator.
I see God Empress as LaRoche V has not been with us the entire run because literally every human has turned into some sort of creepy Frankenstein monster and or animal.
I might not need to go buy marbles. Losing all of them on the moth was actually beneficial for avoiding a shot.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
You could
No, it
say
wasn't
whatever you
beneficial on my
want, and
timer.
I would have to agree with it because I don't know any better.
I mean, it didn't help my timer. I lost like 3 minutes on just waiting for that fight.
You didn't lose
Well-
time, you just invested it for next run.
Exactly.
We are not showing that timer on our end. You don't have to let chat know. You can tell them that this is a good run, and they have to believe you.
Heck yeah,
They have
brother.
to. That's the trick. You don't need to say, I'm losing time as soon as I start the next split. You just let them imagine it's a good run.
Okay, chat, just imagine the pixels going fast.
Yeah.
It just all my numbers are green. They're all green. Don't worry about it.
The thing that cracks me up is, like, I can be 2/3 of the way through a BOF 2 run, be 15 minutes behind world record, say with a straight face this is still world record pace, and not even be lying. There's that much variance in Breath of Fire 2. Like, it's unlikely to world record, but technically if I gold every split, it is still possible.
Yeah, I was doing like a practice run for the relay yesterday, and up until recently, my averages have been like all over the place. So my predicted time has been just a complete gaslight the whole run. And then I finally got to the end of the run and I realized it was right the entire time. And I was like, well, I think it's time to get rid of the estimated time.
By the way, as far as estimated time, we have under an hour left.
Oh, really? Nice.
Le Pickle, are you going to kick Mother Nature in the face with your energy legs? I feel that's where you're going with that. Excellent. For everybody else who doesn't get the ancient meme reference, don't worry about it.
There's been so many don't worry abouts this run.
I do love PX's call out in chat is that every run can be a world record run. You just have to decide what category it is.
Yeah,
hey,
it's just
want to hear about the time that I world recorded Breath of Fire 2 neutral ending?
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah! Even I know about that.
Sid, I just met you! How do you know about that?
He is the reason why there's video verification after the timer stops.
Oh my goodness.
I remember hearing it was either I think somebody put that in their video, or it may have just been like, I've been an arbiter of the Breath of Fire community for a long time. That's part of the reason why I did the outreach for this. But I remember, what is it? You killed his dad, yeah, and that was that's neutral ending.
It wasn't that I killed him. I rescued him fine, but you then have to talk to him. Yeah, I didn't activate the flying town, and I didn't discover until after I had beaten the final boss and got a time that beat the current world record by like 2 minutes. I lost my world record after the run ended because the run was invalid.
Yep. Yeah.
And it then, from then, took me like another 6 months to get the world record back. Good times.
Surely, if any percentage, just get to the end as fast as possible. It doesn't matter which ending you get.
By community agreement, all full game categories are good ending.
Okay.
It would be hilarious because bad ending would be the fastest.
Yep. Just don't even do the final dungeon.
Yeah, because bad ending skips the final dungeon.
And it would be my favorite category.
I mean, I always am very much a proponent of. I'm nice. I'm a proponent of all categories should be something that people play. For the longest time with Mega Man X4, just everybody did 100%, and I'm like, why don't we do any percent? And for Zero, it was oh, you just don't pick up this one item that you can pick up. But for everybody else, for X, it's actually quite a bit faster to skip some of the extra stuff. And I luckily, just randomly, somebody asked me to do commentary for some random marathon the other day. And then I brought it up and they're like, yeah, we do any percent now. And I'm like, oh, cool.
Nice. Yeah, with Breath of Fire 2, the thing is, it's such a small difference.
Yeah.
Between the two endings, both in terms of what you do in gameplay and in terms of final time, and it's such a small community and such a long run that there's just no point in having an entire second set of leaderboards for neutral ending categories.
It would be as similar to pick up X item as a different category. It's such a small difference that's it's only noticeable when you forget to do it. That one time.
I mean, it sounds like it. If it's just press X on this and talk to this guy is the thing that changed the category.
Yeah, you have to fulfill one optional condition in one boss fight. You have to talk to an NPC, and then you have to talk to a second NPC and watch a short cutscene. That's the entire difference. It's maybe tops 2 minutes of content in a 7-hour game.
Yeah. Breath of Fire 2 is one of those games where there's not a lot of difference between A and B. The big one is the worst part is getting bad ending because your whole game is pretty much fried. Because you get a fight where your father is like being held captive, and if you kill him, you get bad ending, which means you don't even get to do the final dungeon. You don't get the final bit of story.
No,
you have to play the whole.
You can get neutral ending. You aren't forced into the.
Oh yeah, right.
You just can't get through it.
Yeah, I could have sworn you had to like skip the end game. Maybe I just got there and I was like, don't care no more.
Could have been that, yeah.
In there.
Oh, the big difference in categories for Breath of Fire 2 is any percent versus glitchless. For all that there is only one glitch, it's remarkable how completely different the run is start to finish.
I mean, there is something about putting an item on your hand that gives you a double attack and like extremely high attack.
And also tons of money.
Yeah, the same
Yeah.
glitch that produces the bugged weapons also produces arbitrarily large amounts of money.
It just the glitch category is such an interesting one because it like minimizes a lot of the difficulty, but Breath of
It
Fire
turns
2 is such a. Go ahead.
Like the glitchless category is a lot about surviving. Like you just have to know how to get through all of the encounters without getting murdered. Whereas in any percent, you are basically safe other than the one like 15-minute window right at the beginning of the game where you have just Ryu and you can get crit in the face. But other than that, the any percent run is super duper safe, and it's all about just optimizing every random encounter.
I'm sorry, did you just go fishing with the fishman in your party?
Yes.
And he's okay with that?
Yep.
Alright.
It wasn't like I was fishing up money, so he's not mad.
Oh, actually, so PD Rich just said first time he played BoF 2 got neutral ending and had no idea until years later there was another ending. Here's a fascinating bit of lore. There was a secret in Breath of Fire 2 that was only discovered a few years ago. Like, there's an entire area of a dungeon that went undiscovered for 20 years at least, more than.
What is it?
So, for those who know Breath of Fire 2, the Bando dungeon, where you are hunting down the Necroman, there's that sliding tile hallway where you step on left and right arrows and it moves the door back and forth, and you have to move it all the way to the right, and then go through the door to go down into the dungeon and fight the Necroman. If you move the door all the way to the right and then stand on the right arrow and just take your hands off the controller for 3 minutes, like the waterfall in Earthbound, the door will actually continue moving, and there are new rooms that you can get into. There's a couple mini-bosses, there's a couple treasure chests, and you can access the Holy Shaman earlier than otherwise possible.
Huh.
It's not
Well-
super recent by now. Like, this was a pre-COVID discovery, but it was like mid to late 20-teens for a game that came out in 95.
I'm really incentivized to break my Breath of Fire 2 copy back out again and see if I can get the dang thing to save then.
Yeah, you know what? Me too.
I got up
I'm sorry,
to
to
like
break your Breath of Fire 2 copy? That seems
out,
unproductive.
out. I mean, I'm at one of the places and I've been trying to grind and it won't overwrite the save file with a new save. So it is technically broken right now. I'm not sure what's causing it. I think I got to replace the battery or something. But it is broken, I guess, if you look at it that way. It was weird because it was saving fine up till that area. I have to see if it's just that slot or whatever.
Alright,
Now,
here's my
what's
mortal
really-
nemesis. The next boss.
Elevator?
Oh, right.
No. It is a boss that you have to fight to get your next dragon form, and I'm notoriously bad luck on this boss.
So
They
just
call
before
me-
we leave the... Sorry, go ahead.
They call me Genya the Second.
Nice!
Mr.
We love
Brave
the
Dragon
Virginia
Man.
reference.
Hmm.
The the secret area in Bando, because it contains two like non-refreshable mini-boss fights, like you fight them once and then they're gone, and also two unique treasure chests, that makes that area mandatory in 100%. One of these days, I'll actually run that category.
100% is always such a weird one because like every community kind of has to define it different. That's
As a full disclosure, the community wasn't defining anything, it's all me. Nobody else is crazy enough.
well, that's one way to set your own rules.
Yep.
Anybody else care? Nope. It's all you, buddy. You figure it out.
Look, I defined the rule set to include acquire one of every unique piece of equipment, which forces you to farm for a dozen different 1 in 256 random drops.
A 128 man. What?
Yeah,
what
I'm
a
not
responsible
saying that I
expenditure
would.
of time.
Yeah, might not beat Blink's 7 hours of chocobo racing record, but I'm certainly gonna give it the old college try.
Well,
That was
I
a
mean,
24-hour run.
Ugh.
we're
Yeah,
gonna
I have
figure
no
out RNG
concept.
manipulation.
I have no concept of how long the Breath of Fire 2 Hundo rule set would take. Maybe I could knock it out in 14 hours, maybe it would take 40. I really don't know. We'll find out the fun way.
Okay, I think we're safe. He didn't do the bad thing, and also,
Yeah, this is looking good.
he has 2 more hits and he's dead.
I do appreciate that you like refilled your HP by eating a melon, and now I'm just picturing this dragon like just tearing into a melon.
Yep. Wait,
Like-
Blink, don't you normally do this with Fire Dragon?
Yep. This is
You
much
just
faster
decide to
with
deal
the...
it? I mean, I know
have
it's
the
faster. I
marbles.
cast it.
I have the
Oh,
marbles
okay.
for
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you need 2 more marbles than I normally route.
I know you said that doing it with a lightning dragon puts you at risk of the boss's red bar.
Yes.
I guess you just had faith.
I did this wrong.
Yeah, he's decided that we've gotten rid of all of the bad RNG. We're fresh out of bad RNG here, boys.
Oh,
Don't
no,
worry
we're
about
not.
it.
But
So,
I've let's just say that I've made one section for the marathon RNG free. But there's definitely no more major RNG checkpoints of the run. Like the rest of the run it's going to complete for sure. That's the final boss that has any RNG elements to it.
Yeah.
All that's left is like time loss RNGs.
To
Fair.
answer 2 questions by Cerberus from chat, there are no prior 100% runs from before the discovery to be invalidated. In fact, there aren't any 100% ones at any point in history. And yes, you do need to choose a specific carpenter. You need the treehouse guy, because there is exactly 1 shield that can only be got from his minigame.
Oh yeah, that is a thing.
Yep.
I'm so used to only picking him based on like making the town properly versus actually considering the shops that are possible. Huh.
Wait, so you have to save people after Terrapin, right?
Hey, it's
I
Agni.
don't recall if I explicitly put that in the rule set or not. If I didn't, then you don't have to. Oh no, you'd have to save enough to get the treehouse guy, but that's not all 6 of them. You can probably... I forget what the numbers are. You have to rescue enough to get the treehouse guy, whatever that number is.
I mean, I guess you
Off
could
to
count the
100%
glitch.
world record is free.
I mean, I guess you could count the glitched weapon as part of it. Just depends on your definition. Obviously, if you're talking about like one of every item intended by the developers, which would make it a lot more narrow.
My answer
Aren't
to
most-
that question, PD Rich, is I just called it 100% glitchless, so that I don't have to deal with it.
I was gonna say, like, most of those glitched items are just like items equipped on the inventory. not
Also,
even,
new
like-
tech right here. Newly discovered tech in the last couple of months.
Oh my goodness! Yep, this. The left box. That is so funny. So previously, we were pushing the jar to the bottom right of the box up so that we could push the jar below the box over, which is
You were
just
doing the push
slower.
puzzle instead of just sliding the one out of the way.
Yep.
I see.
Now, it was known tech before, but it was lost to time. Only one runner, or two runners did it, and they weren't, like, one of them used to be a world record holder, and then the other just was not. And that one who was a world record holder has not run the game in over 10 years, so...
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, RPGs end up like that. People usually hit their goals and then they peace out.
Mhm.
There's only a few people that keep playing a game after they hit their goals. 'Cause it's just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna sit here forever. I'm never quitting.
I can always invent new categories. I have
That's
a brand
another one.
image to maintain.
Yeah.
To be totally fair, I think BoF 1 does BoF 1 does deserve a new category in the form of Gremlin percent or Dragon percent.
Oh, race category.
Yeah.
That's different. Race categories are a very good idea to get people into the game.
Mhm.
Like Kefka at Narsh and a lot of those other ones are very good to at least get people to dip their toe in. Although the early game of this is kind of brutal and it might push people away, but at least you got at least you got them in the door.
Well, what's interesting about BoF 1 is that the race category doesn't necessarily need to be a start of the game category. You can race DJ, which would
Yeah,
be
there's
amazing.
DJ. Ooh.
And that puts you in a much better position because you get a lot of cool stuff too, as
Mhm.
well.
Oh, hey.
Oh, did my alert come up on the screen?
On our
Yeah,
side,
just a little bit.
not on the stream side. It's fine.
Oh, it definitely came up on the stream side.
Oh, there it is. Yep, now I see it. I forgot there's a delay. Derp. All right, everybody, get your follows in now. No more chicanery. For the next 5 minutes, or will Thanos snap you? I'll actually do nothing about it. I'm just going to sit here and talk shit.
You're okay. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it.
And all this time, she could have turned into a bird. She just didn't want to.
She just didn't know how. It required her being, forgetting all her useless memories to become a bird.
Yeah, they always come up with some MacGuffin reason for them to become a bird. At least, like, with BoF 2, they have a semi-decent storyline. This one is just like, for Gore to remember.
I love this elevator. It is the most extra thing I have ever seen.
Have you not
And
played
then
Metal
just
Gear
when you
Solid
think
3?
you got to the top,
Oh, boy.
there's another elevator. And no, I have not played it.
The ladder is so long.
The ladder's the best part of the game.
Negativo, boss. And I have to give you a Tadona on that one.
And how many times do you have to ride that elevator?
Twice.
Twice. Although, that was not known in 2011. You can avoid having to ride it a third time by casting exit to get out of here and just be teleported straight back to the world map. The old TAS actually wrote it all the way back down, and yep, that's just minus a minute.
When the exit mouse is indeed faster.
Yes. Blue is now confirmed mouse and snake.
What is happening? We're deteriorating before chat's eyes.
I mean, I have good news. Nobody in chat can actually see you. It's fine.
Okay.
True.
We have disturbed the hero by playing some music.
Turns out dragonkin are sensitive to music.
And we also captured the music in a bottle.
That doesn't seem nice.
I agree.
At least, like, the dragon tower on the world map is as extravagant as the elevator. Like, because it'd be funny if it was just like a single tile, and then you take this minute elevator ride.
Heck yeah, I'm taking a minute elevator ride. Look at the mountains in the background, they're so beautiful.
You know, this would have at least been a bathroom break if you could just ride both elevators at once.
Yep.
Like, these kind of
You have to
cutscenes drive...
take down up on your controller.
Yeah.
Earlier,
put like
before the crab boss, you have like two cutscenes that are separated by an in-sleep, where you're required to make one movement for the cutscene to advance.
That just seems rude.
That kind of stuff drives me up a wall. As like an RPG runner, you never... Like, as a casual person, you never realize how annoying that is. Having two, like, 30-second cutscenes separated by, like, two inputs. It's like, dude,
Luckily-
60 seconds is enough to get water or eat. 30 seconds is enough for me to sit here and watch it.
Breath of
Luckily,
Fire 2.
luckily it's
Go
a
ahead.
1 minute cutscene separated by a 3 minute cutscene. It could have been a
Breath
poo
of Fire.
break.
Breath of Fire 2 has a 30-second input break, followed by 2 A presses, followed by a 30-second input break, followed by 2 A presses, followed by a 30-second input break.
Which
See,
cutscene
that
is
just
that?
sounds like what you need to do is set up a Twitch plays
Yes,
controller
absolutely.
so that your
Like,
audience
co-op
can
it
take
with
care
chat.
of the two inputs while you go off for a minute and a half.
All right, chat, you guys can do 2 up inputs, right? Right. Come back and
Nice.
you're in Pallet Town. How did I get... I wasn't even playing this game. Also, where's my Zapdos? Or whatever it was they ended up releasing. Which was, I think, everything.
Let's do that, and wait, one more thing. Let's do that. The Final Dungeons music is great.
Agreed.
So ominous. We are getting ready to fight Zorgon, or Zog for short.
Hmm.
The big baddie of all dragons.
Yeah, the Konami code
If
is
we're
like
lucky,
the...
he'll give us a smooch.
Is
Oh,
the,
we
super
just want him
common
to
one.
just constantly smooch us.
The
Daddy
Konami
Dragon.
code is a popular one, but the Capcom code is a little bit different. Like this game, you can put in Street Fighter character names to dev warp to separate portions of the game. So I believe that's what's being referenced. Like a popular category is DJ Present, which puts you about halfway through the game. Agni! Is this even a dragon anymore?
Yeah, not
Like-
really.
That's 100% a
even-
manticore.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely closer
got-
to a manticore.
Yeah, it's got the tail of a scorpion, the
One
head of a
smooch.
lion.
As wings.
2 smooches?
I'm assuming this is like supposed to represent like the entire party coming together, but it just
Something
ends up
like that.
looking very disjointed.
Link, did you splice in the TAS? Is that what
No.
we're watching?
No,
Oh, okay,
Daddy
here.
Dragon is deciding to not kiss us every turn.
The not at all relevant slam.
Not at all relevant miss either.
Yep. If you trust your menuing to be super precise, you can not auto battle the first hit, use E key instead, and it is frames faster.
That's
if
if
the
my
E key is at the
is
top of your
not.
menu, which it's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just leave it there
So-
the entire game. Totally worth it.
Does the auto battle here? How does that? It just continues until you hit what input?
B.
Okay.
And what's the trigger for you actually being able to take that last sliver of life away?
11 hits on this guy.
Ah,
Yeah, both. Actually, I forget what his health numbers are. I used to know that.
6,000 in the first phase and 10,000 in the second. So he'd only be 9 HP short. I think he dies on this one. He's been doing a lot of kisses.
Yeah, this is a good fight for RTA.
I saved 5 seconds on that fight because he kissed a lot.
Smoochy, smoochy.
hmm
What a friendly guy. Just kisses anybody that walks up to him.
And so we have now beaten the game. Why is the floor falling?
Har har har. Because he was a load-bearing boss. That's why.
I
No!
love that phrase.
I can't even remember who said that first, but that is like the best RPG descriptive term that exists. Period.
Zorgon? Is Cerberus referring to the Zorgon pun?
No, apparently Zog is flagged in our chat, and they Googled Zog, and I'm not brave enough to do the same. But I do know we are talking about Zarg the Dark Dragon, so I'm just going to have the bliss of ignorance.
It
know
is
that-
cutscene right now, and I'm gonna Google it.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay. I see why.
All right, I'm a responsible moderator. I guess I have to do it this point.
Let's just say it can be politically charged.
Yep. I didn't have to look very hard. Got it. Yeah, our mods are very good. They're good at their job. I never second guess them. All I know is in this context, it is A-okay.
We'll forever rename him to Zorgon. For the rest of the run.
Can we like change out his dragon sprite for like Zordon from the Power Rangers?
So, I have to admit, every time we say Zorgon, my brain hears Zardoz, and then pictures
Yes!
Sean Connery in the red Speedo.
Oh.
Sean Connery. My terrible Sean Connery impression.
Wait, so if the Emperor is Zorgon, would that make his underlings Zorglings?
Yes. Spawn more overlords. So we're going to a little side quest area. Entirely the purpose of this is to pick up this shield, which is going to make it so I'm immune to instant death abilities. Because the penultimate boss will be casting that as like a 6% chance. And I'd rather have it not land because we've been unlucky with the moth so far.
And didn't you say that we're near the end of the game?
Yep.
And they just gave you a new party member?
Yep.
That's fun.
Well, they gave a party member to me like an hour ago.
But they just learned how to dig now, or you just started using their dig ability now?
We're starting to teach him how to dig through any surface, because later on, there's going to be a hole that he needs to dig through some very hard rocks.
I love that there's just been a lot of statements that my brain is just like, there's got to be a joke in there somewhere, and it's just crapped out every time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm getting there.
It's like, we're going to dig through some hard rocks. Yep.
School of Hard Rocks.
There we go.
Straight into the like Metallica and the Slipknots and the death metals, or
There you go.
different kind of hard rocks.
I mean, whatever floats your boats.
Generally water.
All right, note to self: 5 hours is too long. Our brain melts.
Oh no, I
That's
would
where
have
the
made
real
those jokes a
entertaining
while ago.
commentary comes from.
I honestly, yes. I will say that door sliding is great. But what I actually was going to say is that this isn't nearly as bad as when I was grinding for world record and I was doing like 10-hour streams. My brain was really fried when I would have a run going and I'd be this late. Oh, this is unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, I think I cut my resets at like 2 hours. My max is like 8. I've never done a salty run back, and people that can do those are a different breed altogether.
I will say, that was a good indicator that, yeah, RNG has not been in our favor the entire run. That's like an extremely unlikely encounter. I've maybe only ever had that happen once because we walk through screen transitions pretty regularly in this area for the first couple floors. And you have maybe 2 or 3 tiles of hostile encounters. And we rolled it right there. Fun fact, in one of the previous world records, they actually did get the encounter there.
So it looks like, as is tradition in an RPG, you got there just after just as the bad guys are completing their final plan and releasing the apocalypse on the Earth.
Yep.
Now, someday it'd be nice if we could get there, right before them and actually stop them from doing anything.
It's never how it works.
It's less
Maybe they
dramatic,
might-
yeah.
Maybe Final Fantasy 17 will just be called Fantasy because it's not final anymore if the world's not ending.
It'll
Uh-oh.
be like
Moderately
Y2K. Nobody will think it actually.
important fantasy. In fantasy of minor importance.
I guess if you got out ahead of the problem and stopped it before it happened, then it'd be too much like Y2K, and nobody would think it was actually a problem because somebody had already spent all the time and money to fix it before it happened.
Typical Fantasy 1, a Final Fantasy storyline.
I'm just looking for another Strangers of Paradise.
Oh yeah.
Shut up! I don't need your story.
So for the amount of localization that they did for this game, surprisingly, they did not really have very many, if at all, mistranslations. Except for one that happens right after this fight. And I will leave it up for everyone to see.
Is this that music you had trapped in a bottle?
Yep.
Sure
Sick
is.
flute music, dude.
Blue learned how to chill.
Took him long enough.
And here we go.
I need the then statement. We have the if statement. What's the then statement?
Then we move on. For those who come after. Uh-oh. I'm discombobulated with what room comes next. Except what comes next right now. When will then be soon? Or when will then be now?
Also, why are you
Soon.
suddenly in space? You walked up the stairs and were suddenly in space.
Phenomenal
we're
cosmic power.
Yeah, we're performing the good old fight god trope from every JRPG. In this case, it's a goddess, though, which is a little bit of a change-up, but you'll get used to it soon enough.
Political correctness in 1994. I love it.
Before its time, what leaders?
So many Super Nintendo RPGs end up going to space in the final act. It's remarkable, and I love it.
But also, there wasn't like any transition to it. You were just kind of on a floating island, and then you walked upstairs, and suddenly space.
Yep. Really
Yep.
long staircase.
Really, really long a staircase.
It's like the end of a remake, just randomly out in the middle of nowhere for the final boss fight. So many games just do that. You transition from some earthly area to like some pocket space dimension, and you're just like, sure, yeah, okay.
Dr. Doobie has the point. FF7, 8, and 9 all go to space at some point.
8 does it prematurely too, because they go to space and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, the rest of the story can't take place out here. We'll go back to Earth.
Not Earth. Well, it's technically not Earth. They're all like Gaia or Terra or some unnamed planet.
I mean, like 5 goes to an interdimensional rift, so that goes to space. 6, I think, is the only one that stays on the planet. Now I'm thinking about it.
It gets into the stratosphere with the floating continent, but not all the way to space.
Yeah. Because 1 is the Chaos Temple, which is a creation of time looping, so you could probably like argue that one. 2, you go into the dark crystal pocket dimension or whatever.
Even Final Fantasy 16 went to space with the Bahamut fight.
Yeah, that was a... If that fight wasn't so aggressively long, I would remember it more often. I blanked the Bahamut fight out of my memory, and whenever I'm doing a speed run of it, I'm like, oh, this exists. Right. That is a, like, 6 or 7 minute long auto-scroller, which is a choice. Combat in that game is very fun, though, for like an action RPG. Comboing in that game feels really good when you do it right.
Link, you had every opportunity to do swag door, and you did not. I'm just.
I did
You
do
just
a
did it
swag
out of
door.
spite.
You did a different swag door, but you could have opened the door with Nina. And you didn't.
I don't want to do that,
But it's funny.
but I want Nina just out of my face.
The gimmick is that if you have Nina in the front of the party, and you press A on that screen, it summons the bird, rather than opening the door. And there's a
Summoning
trick
the
to
bird
make it
forces
open.
you back to the world map, by the way.
That does sound
I just-
very swaggy, and also off-field.
I also just need to point out again that we're back in space, is that we went to a floating
Yep.
island and dug down, and now are in space.
Well,
Yep.
didn't you know this is why we can't dig to the other side of the world, because there's actually a subspace.
Oh, there's space
in-
in between. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's the vacuum. So if
Yep.
we go into the vacuum, it kills us. Easy peasy.
If we dig deep enough, we'll see space.
Maybe the real space was the friends we made along the way. Or however that goes.
That's like borderline flat Earth territory. It's
I
like,
know.
well, if you dig down, you go straight to space and die. That's why it's flat. This
Oh,
dangerous
man.
territory. You're treading water here.
I thought we were treading space.
I don't know what I mean.
Is it
I
treading
guess, yeah.
with space?
Join the Flat Earth Society. We have members around the globe.
Who was that dude?
Maybe that's what the FES in Persona 3 stands for.
Flat Earth syndrome?
Flat Earth Society.
I knew the Femsona was evil all along.
Alright,
Space!
so now we have to fight that dude.
If Ghoul wasn't currently asleep, he'd be yelling at me right now.
We'll take a bathroom break in just a moment.
Oh yeah, this is actually like a gigantic input break.
But yeah, I guess that's kind of why I was like talking about how frustrating it is, because like with a lot of modern games, if you have a wireless controller, which pretty much everything is wireless nowadays, you can just walk away and hold forward. But because old consoles have wired controllers, you can't just walk away while holding up. So like, unless you put something on the controller that will definitely hold up, you'll come back and you'll be standing there.
I feel like you just haven't gotten enough controller extension cords together.
You know, I actually have a SNES mini controller which has the Wii plug on it, and then I have an adapter for that to go to a Super Nintendo, and then I have another one that it's a Super Nintendo adapter to a USB, and the cord gets very long once I plug all three of those in. It's so silly. Look, it's gotta be like 4 or 5 feet worth of cable.
Okay, I'm back.
It's so ridiculous.
You haven't missed much.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Just,
I'm
you know.
Pavlovian conditioned now with whenever I see this boss that my body instantaneously processes all the liquid in its body into waste, so that I
Just
have
right
to go
then.
to the bathroom. Just
I
right
mean-
then, instantaneously.
I'm gonna venture a guess that it's not the boss, but the previous 4 to 5 hours that causes that to happen.
Nope.
Maybe I don't. You know, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what I'm talking about, but
This
Pavlovian
boss is
condition.
such a boring non-entity that there isn't even anything for a task to do. The task strat and the RTA strat are identical, and like identically long.
oh, you can't like fish this out with like your party to get more damage quicker.
Nope.
Nope.
Neat. Just proving Karn
And he
is
has
worthless.
only this one attack. At least the other late game bosses, you can manip them to use their fastest animations. But
How did you beat me? This cannot. I beat you because we just kept hitting each other, and I hit harder.
Exactly.
I do appreciate that he was like stuck in the wall, so none of his attacks actually moved. It was just him throwing bricks at you.
I never thought of it like that, but that's actually a very creative way to imagine the boss. Oh, Palexel, welcome in. I don't know if he's been around.
Yeah. He always shows up during these shows. He's very supportive of his own event.
I hope so.
Normally, he's correcting the title we have misinput by giving the wrong category or something. Thankfully, Plexel has sharper eyes than ours. Yeah, that is an interesting idea of like the harder thing like requires the good ending, so you actually have to fight the final boss. Where Agni just turns into a mudslinging fest. Just hold A to win. Woo!
So I'm putting on the Star Shield because the next boss is the boss that could kill runs if you don't have it on. And so it's like a good minute and a half time save for me in the future if I want to just do this boss YOLO. But for marathons, of course, we're just going for completing the run.
Yeah, at this point. Especially with how long this walk is, it's like just untenable.
Breath of Fire has a lot of really interesting design ideas, but Agni is not one of them. It just takes the game's difficulty curve and immediately spikes it down into the Earth's core.
Yeah, this is like the difficulty.
Yes to that?
No, I said no.
Yes, but can you?
You can say.
Oh yeah, you can say yes, and if you do, he just expects you to fight each other, and you just stand there for a good few minutes, and if you press something, then he asks you again, he's like, are you defying me? And if you say yes, then you start the fight.
Yeah, because
so in this fight, you can do orbs, or skittles, or cast a spell, and we want to see orbs.
Since we're already like completely derailing, I got a new dog recently, a new puppy, and they were like kept outside for a while, so she's been pretty skittish. We wake up one of the days, and there's just a bag of Skittles that she has gotten from somewhere to take apart, and none of us know where the bag of Skittles came from. It's just like when you said Skittles, my brain just completely devolved into that. And to this day, I still don't know where the Skittles came from. Like, I was less worried that she ate a bag of Skittles and more worried about where they came from.
So luckily, that move that he just did hits really hard. It hits for like 400 damage, but because we have the Earth Robe, we just absorb the magic and heal.
The fact that you got that far with only one Skittles before seeing a spell cast, it took me hours with the task to find a frame as good as this.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to actually do something for the next menu, so... Once we push him to second phase, I'm going to be talking to myself like I have... Oh, nice number. Like I have lost my marbles. Okay, so his second
Hey,
win
Ashen.
only takes 4 attacks, and okay.
Autumn, I'm pretty sure Jade is in fact a Metroid.
Okay, swap Ryu to last. Life 2. Swap armor back. I think this is the death. Alright, final boss.
And that was another load-bearing boss? Alright.
He actually can be annoyingly difficult. Like, if I don't have the safety item, it's, much more stressful. Re-last, swap the thing back, give him full AP. We're good. Okay, we're fighting the last boss. Now she's angry. I can't believe it.
Angry Goddess. Oh, that is
Oh, that's a lot of heads.
Yep.
That's unpleasant.
I did not realize this was, aliens. Aliens are part of the Breath of Fire universe. Let's go!
Xenomorph's gonna come right out, bite you.
Snake Girl? Yeah, I guess this is what a terrifying blue would do. Is this the alt blue design maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unironically, yeah. Yeah,
The
thank you,
rejected
Rubble.
blue design.
In a parallel reality, this joins the party.
This is a worse.
I think I
fight
would've
than
quit
it
the
could
game.
be. We're getting hit with RNG badness right now.
1,000 HP, 10,000 guts, yeah?
And she only has 3 attacks, 2 physicals, and the big crash spell. The big crash spell is substantially slower than the others.
I do appreciate that she's hitting you with up arrows.
Yep.
I can't see anything else for whatever reason. I know it's
That's
supposed to be like
100% what it
diamonds
is.
or something. Yeah.
The DDR spell.
Yeah,
She's sending us to space.
Yep.
but also they only gave her 3 attacks.
I know, right?
Ooh.
Look at the drool
why
animation on those heads.
Why put effort in when you give the character a big freaking fusion spell that just does max damage and takes 0?
The endgame of Waff 1 definitely does feel a little undercooked.
it's like they wanted to have something grand, but they really didn't know how to implement it properly. And they did a little bit better with because they limit the final boss being a cutscene to like just the final boss, not the final leg. 3 kind of suffers the same issue too, because you get access to Kaiser a little bit earlier than you probably should. And as long as you know the combination, you can get access to Gold Ryu Punch Burr Go. Is Big Crash healing you?
Yes, because it's a spell.
Oh. I wasn't sure if that was part of the design. My brain just blinked out for a second.
No, I'm pretty
No,
sure
that's
that does a
not the
lot of
first one.
damage.
Fair. Fair.
I think it's fixed at 70.
It's 70? Okay. I thought it does, like, more, but...
$17 is like enough to be a mild threat.
But for being the final boss's strongest attack, 70 is not a lot when you have 999.
I mean, I guess
How much
70
health
is
does
like...
Phase 2 have? I think it's 32,000?
What kind of Zeramus
yeah,
numbers is that? The heck?
I know.
Wait, have we not even hit phase 2 yet? Or is this phase 2?
Oh no,
this is phase 2.
Okay.
So,
She's
like,
mostly
whenever...
Phase 2.
When you get rid of a boss's HP bar where it's like this
Fun.
sliver, this is considered phase 2. Hey,
Hey!
time it is.
Great job, Blink.
Final time was 5:22:50-ish.
Nice, nice.
And this boss was also load bearing.
Mm-hmm.
And also
Very much
suddenly
so.
not in space. Not sure why we're not in space anymore, but it's fine.
We killed the goddess, so space therefore no longer exists.
That makes sense.
Gravity still does, though.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool showcase. I've gone over it a few times, but me and Blink are trying to rally together a BOF relay at some point in the near future. Hopefully, it will take place this year. But I would like to showcase all of the BOF runs at some point, 2, 3, 4, because I feel like single run commentary would definitely showcase them a lot better. Though the length may persuade me to do them in separate segments if they get a little bit over the 5-hour mark, which I think most of them do. We'll talk about that a bit later, but I do want to tease that I definitely do want to do all of the Breath of Fire games individually. But hopefully the relay will be our place to showcase all of them before the end of the year. And hopefully that will be something that can make a comeback, because when I was looking today, I realized it's been 7 years since that happened. And I want to jumpstart the Breath of Fire community. Yeah, it is Breath of Fire Sunday, isn't it? Dang it, Zeal.
Happy Breath of Fire Sunday, everybody.
Indeed you do.
Cheers.
I'm going to stop yapping and I'll let you two say your piece before we head on out.
Well, thank you so much for putting this together, Sid. This was a really fun time.
Yeah, you're welcome, you're welcome.
I had a lot of fun today, and I hope that a lot of people got to experience a new game if they've never seen it before, or see a speedrun for a game that they've, had fond memories of. And we could always use some new blood in the community and try and expand the different games out, because I think that there's a lot to flesh out with them, so it's ripe for the taking.
Yeah. I think with the idea of a relay around the corner, it's a good excuse for people to learn the run and maybe either learn it in terms to do commentary or even play it themselves. Because we do have plenty of openings. The main one is Dragon Quarter, because we would like to see that. But I'm sure there definitely could be a shakeup because there's a lot of crossover between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, where we could use some extra people.
Yes, definitely.
If anyone's interested in joining the Breath of Fire community Discord, you can find links for it on speedrun.com or Blink's channel or my channel. Any of the usual places.
Yep. Breath of Fire is a really good series if you haven't played it. And like I said before, I would very much like to showcase all of them, so stay tuned. I guess getting right into the promotion, the next week up, the next week up, we actually have the Hidden Encounters, which is our indie showcase with Selkuth, and that will be Deltarune, all chapters, all bosses. Which, if you watch GDQ, you may have seen some of it done by Shay this last night. But we are going to actually have Sawayoshi doing all 4 chapters, so that'll be a full showcase. And then after that, I have something that people may be a little bit less familiar with the next weekend, Undertale Yellow. And that will actually be with Keiyoshi, Kadre, and Astra/Amity. So if either anybody here is interested in some indie stuff, Undertale in general, that'll be the next couple of weeks. We are definitely going to work out BOF 2, 3, or 4 in the coming future, post-August, because we do have August scheduled out. And if anybody has any ideas for games, please let me know, and I will see what I can do. If you have something that you run specifically, it makes my life easier, but feel free to suggest stuff to me, either in the RPG Limit Break Discord or in my DMs. Either or is fine. And I think that'll about do it. Do you guys have any last-minute things that came to mind before we get out of here?
Yeah, happy Breath of Fire Sunday, everybody.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I think that...